Georgia Gang Investigators Association. I believe 2 years ago they had some blocks on music and gangs.
And have you had the occasion in your experience to investigate gangs with people who have ties to the music industry?
I have in Atlanta, and it's very common.
And is YSL and YFN both of those gangs that you've been able to investigate?
Yes,
And have you listened to music of individuals associated with both those gangs, both YSL and YFN?
I have.
And are you familiar with gang references in music?
I am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Investigator Viverito as a witness, as an expert in criminal street gangs and criminal street gang activity, Your Honor.
All right. She's so qualified and may testify as an expert in those areas.
Now, while you've either been at Atlanta Police Department or the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, have you had the opportunity to lead any gang investigations?
I have.
And specifically, I want to direct your attention to this particular case, this indictment here, where you wanted to lead investigators on this indictment when you were at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, I was.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mic check for the one in the chat.
As an investigator on this case, did you have the occasion to investigate any crimes involving an individual by the name of Marquavius Huey?
I did.
And specifically, did you investigate an armed robbery that occurred in October of 2020?
I did.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
Prior to coming to the DA's office, when I was at the GBI Gang Task Force, my office was at the Atlanta Police Department's headquarters in their gang unit. So I was very familiar with all the detectives and the different units up there. I was approached by a detective, Jeffrey Henderson, from the robbery unit regarding a robbery case involving Mr. Huey that he had.
And when he approached you, what if any steps did you assist him when he approached you?
I did.
What if steps did you take to assist him with that investigation?
Just identifying Mr. Huey's gang involvement, who he was affiliated with, who he would have had alliances with, who he would have had rivalries with, things of that nature.
And how did you go about assisting to identify Huey's relationships with any gang?
The thing I did was review Mr. Huey's social media accounts. The name has changed a few times, but when I reviewed it, it was Mr. Huey's very proud of his affiliation with Young Slime Life.
Yep.
So-
Sustained. Don't provide commentary like that, okay? Just if you're testifying to facts, just give us the facts. Disregard that last comment.
So just what were some of his names?
JBS Quay for Jonesboro South Quay. I can't remember the rest of them off the top of my head, but he would change. It changed a few times.
And when you looked at his social media, did you also do any other investigation to assist Investigator Henderson?
When Investigator Henderson, following Mr. Huey's arrest, obtained his cellular devices, Investigator Henderson did a search warrant for his devices with a scope of 30 days. So what that means is when the phone is extracted, it's permissible to review 30 days worth of data. I think the time frame was just around the time of the robbery. Within that time frame, there were additional crimes and evidence in the phone. I secured search warrants to expand the scope of what was allowed to be searched to the entire phone, on 2 phones.
And once you were able to secure a search warrant, did you then look into the phone, the expanded phone?
I did.
And in preparation for your testimony today, have you had the opportunity to look at some of the contents in that phone?
I have.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
Commissioner,
You may.
thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 227 VV2A, 227 VV2B, 227 VV2C, and 227 VV2D. If you can look at those and tell me if you recognize those items.
Sure. Yes, I recognize them.
And how do you recognize them?
They are text messages that were extracted from Mr. Huey's phone, his phones, as well as two contacts that were stored in the phone.
Okay. And those appear to be accurate depictions of text messages and the context that were in the phone that you reviewed back in 2020.
They do.
Right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 227 VV2A, 227 VV2B, 227 VV2C, and 227 VV2D into evidence.
Admitted.
Now, Investigator Viverito, when looking through the phone, well, let me ask you this. Prior to getting involved with this investigation with Marquavius Huey, did you have any knowledge of any beef between YFN and YSL?
Yes, since 2015, YSL and YFN had an ongoing conflict.
Overruled.
And when you were working with the GBI task force in 2020, did you have knowledge of that beef?
I did.
Now, when you looked inside of Mr. Huey's phone, did you see any conversations in his phone regarding an individual by the name of Lucci?
I did.
Okay. And generally, what information was in the phone that you saw about an individual Lucci? What did you see at the phone?
I would see that when Lucci or Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, when Mr. Bennett would have, there was a handful of performances or appearances within the city of Atlanta. The flyer would be shared either by Mr. Williams or Mr. Huey, and Mr. Huey would talk about going to handle that, and would be told or asked to go handle that.
And you said he'd be talking to Mr. Williams. How did you know, when you're saying Mr. Williams, who are you referring to?
Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug.
How did you know he was speaking with Jeffrey Williams?
Based on the phone numbers that he was in communication with, as well as how they were named in the phone, but the phone numbers themselves.
I'm going to first show you what's been admitted as 227 VV2C.
Okay.
And it should come up on your screen in a moment. Now, first, looking at 227 VV2C, what is the jury looking at?
You're looking at when you extract a phone. If you go to your address book in your phone, you'll pull up contacts or a contact card. This is what it looks like when the phone is extracted. When you receive it back on a hard drive and you're going through the phone, this is what it's going to appear as. So you may have mom, a phone number, and that information. This is how it appears in a forensic phone extraction.
And for 227 VV2C, do you see a name associated with this contact?
Yes.
And what is the name?
It's named Slime, and it has some emojis with the name.
Okay. And are you able to tell what the emojis are?
It looks like a snake emoji, And I don't know if you guys can see, should be like the iPhone emoji.
And then in this phone, when it says deleted, do you know what that means?
I would assume that I don't see it on my copy where it says deleted. Where it says deleted in the left-hand column? Oh, okay, there you go. So yeah, that would be, I would assume that means that contact was deleted or removed from the device at some point, but still stored in the memory of the device somewhere.
Okay. And where it has other, what is in the other category?
That would be the number associated with that contact.
All right. And then for the created category, what's the created category?
That's going to be the date that the contact was added to the phone. So say you meet somebody, you add their contact to your phone, you put them in your address book, that's going to be that date.
Okay. And then if it was modified, what does that mean?
Modified could be you change their name, you add a last name, you delete the contact, or you modify the number in any way.
All right. And what was the phone number associated with this contact in the phone?
213-910-1192.
Now I'm going to also show you 227 VV2D.
Okay.
First, I want to start with the other. What is the phone number associated with this contact?
213-910-1192.
And is that the same phone number from 227 VV2C?
It is.
Right. And when you look at the name, what is in the name section?
So here it's going to appear as almost like a bug type emoji, but I had a chance to review the physical device. It is a spider emoji. That's just how it translates to, I don't know if you have friends, if you have an iPhone, your friends, the Android, sometimes the emojis don't translate correctly. When you extract the phone, that's what happens here. So when you look at the physical device, it's going to be a spider.
And then what was the created and modified date on 227 VV2D?
March 1st of 2019 is created and modified November 22nd of 2020.
And through your investigation, did you associate this contact with an individual?
I did.
And who was that?
Jeffrey Williams.
All right. Now I'm going to publish 227 VV2A.
Okay.
And I want to go to slide 2. What's being depicted in slide 2? And if we can zoom in, because I know it's pretty tiny.
So just like in your phone, when you send a message, typically the message you're sending is going to be in green for iPhones, blue if they have the sent recipient has an iPhone. It's going to be on the right-hand side of the conversation. What that is going to be is it's a flyer for a YFN Lucci performance or appearance.
Okay. And who sent the flyer, and to whom did the flyer get sent to?
Mr. Huey sent that flyer to Mr. Williams.
And looking at slide 3, in the middle, what is in the middle? Is that this attachment of what the flyer is?
Yes.
Now looking at slide number 3, is that the attachment?
It is.
All right. And for the record, what does the attachment say?
It is a flyer. I think it was a performance or an appearance. It was a mixtape release for Mr. Bennett at the Diamond Club, which, from my experience with other investigations, is a YFN stronghold.
And if you need to, you can use the screen to help point out as well.
Yeah, so you'll see it's just saying he has a mixtape release, and this is at the Diamond Club on Northside Drive.
Now looking at slide 3, 4, excuse me. Starting at slide 4. And if you can either read from the screen behind you or from your paper, or read from the screen behind you, and so we can show the jury. Tell the jurors about the conversation that is happening as a result of this flyer.
So it's a little confusing, but at the time, if you look at the time and dates these messages are sent, the flyer and the initial conversation is started on Mr. Williams' phone that has a 213 area code or a Los Angeles area code. Once the flyer is sent by Mr. Huey, Mr. Williams switches to his Atlanta phone number and they engage in conversation to where Mr. Williams tells him, handle that tonight, and files it up with SLAT. And then Mr. Huey responds, SLAT.
And you said that this was Mr. Williams' Atlanta number. On the left-hand side, it says slime. How the contact is saved in Mr. Huey's phone.
Yes, that's how it would appear in the phone.
And what is the Atlanta phone number?
It is 404-789-1371.
And what is the date, roughly the date and times of these text messages?
January 19th, 2020.
Now going to page 5. What is being depicted on slide 5 of this PowerPoint?
That is Mr. Williams using his Atlanta number to tell Mr. Huey on August 15th of 2020, go handle that, and he responds, SLAT.
Now, looking at page 6, or slide 6, excuse me. Now, this September 2nd, 2020.
It is.
Okay. And what is occurring in this text message conversation beginning on September 2nd, 2020?
Okay, so several months later, Mr. Huey is going to send another flyer for a YFN Lucci appearance or performance. And Mr. Williams responds, where's that at? Mr. Huey tells him, Claremont. Mr. Williams responds and says, Slatty, handle, stay very low. And Mr. Huey says, Slat, for sure, I've been out the way.
And looking at the next slide, is this a copy of that flyer?
Yes, it is.
And when is the date of the appearance that Mr. Bennett is advertising?
September 6th.
Now going to the next slide. Does that conversation continue?
It does.
Okay. And if you could say for the record what the conversation is as it continues.
Mr. Huey tells Mr. Williams, I appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me. I'm built on loyalty. He sends the 100 emoji, which kind of means like, I'm for real about it. Mr. Williams says, Slat, handle that, I got you. Mr. Huey responds, Slat.
Now, going to the next slide, is there some additional conversation now with the 213 number that's identified as Spider or Mr. Williams?
There is.
Okay. And when is this conversation?
July 20th of 2020.
Okay. So this is after the first Lucci conversation, but before the second Lucci conversation.
Yes.
All right. And what is occurring in this conversation?
Mr. Huey sends in the first message, you see an attachment. It's a video clip of a friend that wanted really bad. He was like trying to get his career off the ground as a rapper here in Atlanta. He says, post this for me, my brother. And then he uses a derogatory term for somebody and says, that person's out here in LA, twin. Not referring to his friend, he's referring to somebody else, somebody of the opposition, it appears.
Sustained.
Yes. And is that just generally the context of this conversation?
Correct.
All right. I want to move to the next slide. I'm sorry, the next slide. Specifically, on this slide, do you see a message with an individual by the name of Javon Fleetwood?
I do.
And are you familiar with that individual?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that individual?
He's a member of YSL.
Okay. And as a part of your investigation, have you had the occasion to investigate a shooting involving Mr. Fleetwood, where he is been charged with aggravated assault?
Yeah, I wasn't the lead investigator, but I had a chance to review the investigation.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to prep that case for trial at any point?
I did.
What were the charges that he was preparing for to go to trial on?
I believe it was aggravated assault.
Okay. And do you know the approximate date of the incident in which he was being charged with?
I believe it was May 10th of 2019.
And in that May 10th, 2019, was there a vehicle associated with that ag assault?
There was.
Well, we haven't heard it yet, but avoid hearsay.
Yes. As a part of your investigation, when you were investigating that case for trial,
I'm gonna get the hearsay.
Don't elicit hearsay,
I want to listen here say.
because right now it sounds like she's testifying as a fact witness, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you get social media account for Mr. Fleetwood
I didn't obtain records for it, but I reviewed some posts from his account.
from his public account?
Correct.
And have you had an opportunity to view those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 479 VV. Tell me if you recognize 479 VV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 479 VV?
That's a photo of Mr. Javon Fleetwood from his Instagram account.
And is that from his public Instagram account?
It is.
Right. And was that pulled in preparation for this indictment here that we are referencing, 22 SC 183572?
It was.
Right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender and admit 478 VV into evidence.
Admitted.
Oh, excuse me, 479 VV.
All right. Admitted.
And we'll publish that in a moment. Based on your investigation, do you know if Mr. Huey and Mr. Fleetwood had a friendship?
Yes.
And had you seen any public social media accounts with both Mr. Fleetwood and Mr. Huey in those together?
I believe there were a few posts of them together that I reviewed.
Right. Now I want to go to, I think, slide 10. And we're going to now publish 469 VV. Four 471, 479 VV. That's not it. And is that Mr. Fleetwood?
That is
Okay. And what was his Instagram name?
_TV World.
And I want to zoom into his face. Do you see any tattoos? Do you see any tattoos on Mr. Fleetwood's face?
I do.
And specifically, do you see the tattoo with the star?
I do.
What is the tattoo next to the tattoo with the star?
So down
It
the
doesn't
right
reveal
side
her.
of his face by his temple, you'll see he has YSL tattooed on the right side of his face.
And now I'll go back to the next set of the former.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
States Exhibit 227 VV2A.
Viverito's pretty confident in her job, doesn't it appear?
Now I want to go to this conversation that starts on February 25th, 2020.
Okay.
Who is Mr. Huey speaking with?
Mr. Williams using his Los Angeles area code phone number.
And looking at this post, generally, what is the context of this text message conversation?
He sends a social media post of somebody else to Mr. Williams and says, "What's up with him? Is he cool?"
Okay. And then what was his next message to Mr. Williams' phone?
He's inquiring if the gentleman is cool. It looks because he says he posted that racial expletive Bloody J.
And are you familiar with that name or individual, Bloody J?
Yes.
And are you aware if he's associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
He's associated with the YFN or Atlanta Blood Gang, criminal street gangs.
And do you know Bloody J's given name?
Yes, it's Justin Ushery.
And have you had any investigation involving Mr. Usher?
I have.
And then did Mr. Williams respond to his to Mr. Huey's inquiry?
He says, "Who is that?" To which Mr. Huey responds, "Duct Tape Dave."
And are you familiar with the individual by the name of Duct Tape Dave?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that name?
He's a pretty prominent guy within the duct tape criminal street gang.
And then was there a response to that?
It was.
Oh, and what was that?
Mr. Williams says, "He's a buster too." To which Mr. Huey responds, "Slap." And he tells Mr. Williams, "I told him, fuck them, racial expletive. He hit me back laughing and shit."
All right. Now I want to go to a tweet that begins on March 12th, 2020.
Okay.
Now, what is going on within this group of text messages on March 12th, 2020?
Mr. Williams initiates a conversation with Mr. Huey.
Okay. And what does Mr. Williams say in his initiation?
"What y'all got going on?"
And then is there a response?
He says, "Them, racial expletive. No, I ain't play no part in that slime."
And then is there a response from Mr. Williams back to Mr. Huey?
He says, "Take that shit back."
And is there a response from Mr. Huey back to Mr. Williams?
Mr. Huey says, "I ain't get nothing out of that. I ain't even pulling no gun on nobody. I'm finna tell them though."
All right. And does Does he make another response?
He said, I told him I ain't finna do that shit. He went on and did it. I couldn't stop him.
And then does Mr. Williams respond to that?
Mr. Williams says, if he don't take it back, he's gonna die.
And looking at this text message, without going into detail, were you aware of any police reports around this event of March 12, 2020?
Objection out of hearsay.
Overruled.
Were you aware of any police reports regarding any incidents around this date?
I was.
Okay. Now, I want to go to 227 VV 2B. And in looking at 227 VV 2B, was there a text message on November 14, 2021?
There was.
Okay. And who sent the message?
Mr. Huey sends the message to Mr. Williams' LA area code phone number.
Okay. And what does the message say?
It says, you know, I'm ready to handle the business and go sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama.
Now I'm going to approach, I'm going to show you what the mark is 428 VV. Tell me if you recognize Stacey Dibbitt 428 VV.
I do.
And how do you recognize Stacey Dibbitt 428 VV?
This is a photo from Mr. Huey's public Instagram account.
And is that, what was his account name?
__ Quay1.
And were you familiar with that Instagram post for Mr. Huey?
I was.
And were you able to pull that Instagram post in preparation for this case here today?
I was.
You know, this time the state would like to tender tender 428 VV into evidence.
I'm sorry, 28,
428
Okay.
VV
admitted.
and permission to publish.
You may.
And who is depicted in this picture?
That's gonna be Mr. Huey standing with Mr. Williams.
And is there a caption?
There is.
What's the caption?
It reads, from lockdown to a jet, slat biz.
And is there a date to that post?
September 4th.
Now, in looking at Mr. Huey's phone, we talked about there being this ongoing beef with YFN since about 2015. And in Mr. Huey's phone, there is information about Mr. Huey going to go handle business and sending those flyers.
Correct?
Between 2019 and 2020, was there any ongoing conflict or continuous ongoing conflict between YFN and YSL?
Yes.
And through your investigation, were you made aware of incidents that occurred between 2019 and 2020 between those two groups?
Yes, several.
How did you learn about those incidents?
In 2019, when I was working, at that time, I wasn't yet promoted to the gang task force. So I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Department's gang unit as a probation officer with a gang caseload. So I worked on their investigations with them. And then in 2020, when I was with the GBI gang task force, I worked some of the actual investigations.
Specifically, did you ever work an investigation regarding a May 2019 incident involving YFN Lucia or Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I was aware of the incident, but I was not an investigator on it.
Okay. Did you investigate any shots fired call from May 22nd, 2019 in the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes.
How were you involved in that investigation?
Can I refer to a timeline?
Yes.
That was an incident where shots fired at the YSL stronghold located at 151 Cleveland Ave.
Sounds like we're reading off the report, and I'm gonna ask you to.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I am.
How are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
That's a known location where YSL members hang out, sell narcotics, congregate.
And have you had your own opportunity to investigate crimes that occurred in that area of 151 Cleveland?
I have.
Now, I want to take you to 2020. Did you have the occasion to investigate any specific incidents involving YFN incidents towards YSL members or YSL members towards YFN members?
I did.
In 2020, how many such incidents did you yourself were part of the investigation?
There were numerous incidents that we worked on as a team.
And in 2020, were there a lot of back and forth shootings between those two groups or associates of those two groups?
Yes, almost daily.
In 2020, were there also social media posts of antagonizing between one group posting on social media, antagonizing the other group?
Yes.
Do you know of an individual by the name of Tinquarius Mender?
I do.
How do you know that individual? How are you aware of that individual?
I want to make sure I answer that. Is it okay to answer?
Let me ask you this. Is Mr. Mender associated with YSL?
He is.
Have you seen social media posts of Mr. Mender driving around in YFN territory?
Yes, he would post himself driving around and he would tag, in case you didn't recognize it from sight, he would tag Summerhill.
And why would that be considered antagonizing for Mr. Mender to be driving around in Summerhill?
Because Mr. Member was also a member of YSL.
In 2020, did you have the occasion to investigate a case involving Mr. Mender and Mr. Diamante Thomas at Greenbrier Mall?
Yes, but I think it was Dontavius.
Excuse me, Dontavius
Yeah.
Thomas. Are you aware if Dontavius Thomas is related to Donovan Thomas?
Yes,
How are they related?
I believe it's his brother.
How were you involved in the investigation regarding Mr. Mender and Dontavius Thomas?
At that time, like I said, there was a conflict. The conflict had reignited. So almost daily, every day we had incidents happening. I remember that day we were at work, we got a call about a vehicle that was fired upon while it was driving on the highway, and it had flipped over, had two victims inside the vehicle. Myself and investigator Storno of the Atlanta Police Department's gang unit began to look deeper into that case and realized that the victims on the case were Dontavius Thomas and Reginald Carter, the brother and cousin of Donovan Thomas.
And you said you began to dig deeper. What else did you do as a part of that investigation?
Once we got into the investigation, we located a suspect vehicle that I knew to be associated with Mr. Mender and his cousin, Wayne Alford.
And what else did you do as a part of the investigation?
We would pull phone records. We got video. We spoke to witnesses, and ultimately were able to charge that case appropriately.
Were there other conflicts that occurred in 2020?
Yes, following that case, I mean, it was, like I said, it was daily. It was constant shootings back and forth between the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta and some of the other areas where the YSL associates would hang out. It resulted in murders. It resulted in aggravated assaults. There were numerous incidents.
Now, in 2021, did you learn of the arrest of Rayshawn Bennett?
I did.
Okay. And when he was arrested, where was he housed?
At the Fulton County Jail.
And while he was in the Fulton County Jail, did you learn of a stabbing of Mr. Lucci in February of 2022?
I did.
How did you become aware of that incident?
I believe one of the investigators from the Fulton County Jail had mentioned it to me.
And once you learned about the incident, what, if anything, did you do?
Once I learned about the incident, I inquired about who the suspect was, and I found out that it was a Mr. Jaden Myrick.
When you found out it was Jaden Myrick, what did you do at that point?
I was familiar with Mr. Myrick, so I began to listen to his jail phone calls and look at his jail. In the jail, I don't know if they still do, they used to have tablets they could rent, and they could text friends and family members through the system with the tablets. So I began to review his text messages as well.
And you said you were familiar with Mr. Myrick. How were you familiar with him?
His involvements in the case that we had at the office,
And we say the office, talking about the Fulton
the Fulton
County.
County District Attorney's Office.
And in your understanding of who Mr. Myrick was, did you know if he was associated with any gang?
I knew he was a blood gang member that was associated with YSL.
Now, you said that you started looking at their tablets. Were you able to get the contents of that tablet?
No.
The text messages of the tablet?
Well, when you log into the system, you can review their text messages. So I was able to review some of the text messages from that relevant time period.
And have you had opportunity to review some of those text messages in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
And let me ask you this. When you first learned that Jaden Myrick was the person who stabbed him, did you know if there was a plan to stab Lucy? Did you know anything about what led up to the actual stabbing?
I did not, which is what led me to review his phone calls and text messages because I was trying to see what had happened.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey Exhibit 5TT. Tell me if you recognize Stacey Exhibit 5TT.
I do.
How do you recognize Stacey Exhibit 5TT?
These are some of Mr. Myrick's text messages from the jail system.
And were these some of the messages that you looked at when you found out or learned of the stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
They are.
And do they appear to be fair and accurate depiction of some of the messages that you reviewed once you started investigating or looking into the stabbing of Mr. Bennett?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit Stacey Exhibit 5TT into evidence.
Admitted.
Once you started looking at these messages, what, if anything, did you learn or glean from these messages?
It appeared to me that Mr. Myrick's girlfriend, Ashley Ellison, was acting as a third party for communication with somebody else.
And once you started looking at determining Ms. Ellison might be serving as a third party, what did you do at that point?
I began to try and identify the third party and a phone number associated with that party.
And how did you go about doing that?
There were context clues from the text messages. On a text message from February 6th, she says, your folks, this message is from your folks, 706, which is an area code that I know. So I think, okay, maybe that's a clue. Maybe that's the person has a 706 area code. Okay.
And what did the text say?
It does. So Miss Ellison is conveying the message from the 706 area code to Mr. Myrick. And she says, and the person is telling her to tell him, tell Lil Bro, I talked to the biggest, just now waiting on the news. He thinks we're flexing. I talked to the biggest. He thinks we're playing because the racial expletive in the same house and it ain't handled. I done put the food on the table. Make me proud. My name is on the line on this one, so don't make me look bad.
And what was the date and time of that message?
February 9th, 2020 at 11:32 p.m.
Is it 2020?
I'm sorry, 2022.
Okay. And in reading that, did you have an understanding of what they were even talking about?
A basic understanding, yes.
What was your understanding of it?
That they were waiting for confirmation that the act had happened, saying that we think we're flexing. He thinks that we're trying to get one over on them. And they think that they were kidding because I guess they'd been housed together for a little while and nothing had happened up until that point. He tells them he put the food on the table, like he gave him the opportunity and make me proud.
And once you saw that message, how did you go about determining if 706 was a phone number or what 706 was?
I reviewed Mr. Myrick's jail calls. You can pull jail calls by the inmate themselves. And I looked at his jail calls to see if there are any phone numbers that he had called with a 706 area code.
And were there any phone numbers he had called with a 706 area code?
Yes, there was one.
Now, once you saw the phone number that he had called, what, if anything, did you do about the phone number?
I requested the records for the phone number. I learned that it was a Verizon phone number. When you have Verizon, they retain what is called text message data. As long as it's not an iPhone, if you have an iPhone, as long as it's not iMessage and it's Android to Android or iPhone to Android, for 7 days, they will retain the contents of those text messages. So I secured a search warrant and requested the call records as well as the text message content for that phone number from Verizon.
And were you able to get that information?
I was.
And once you received the information, what, if anything, did you do?
I tried to, it just comes in as a big spreadsheet. So I went through and sorted and identified the calls. I'm sorry, the texts, and read through them.
And when you said you sorted, how did you go about sorting and identifying the text messages?
To make it comprehensible and able to be read, I color coded the messages from each person, so people could kind of track and follow along with what was being said.
And have you had an opportunity to review a copy of a demonstrative showing how you kind of color coded those text messages to help determine what people were talking?
I have.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 1 TTB. Do you recognize Exhibit 1 TTB?
I do.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 1 TTB?
This is the color coded version of the spreadsheet that I had made.
And I'm going to show you here States Exhibit 1 TTC1, 1 TTC2, 1 TTC3, and 1 TTC4. Do those appear to be enlarged versions of your color-coded copy of your text messages?
Yes.
During this time, the state would like to tender and admit first States Exhibit 1 TTB and 1 TTC 1 through 4. B as evidence and C 1 through 4 as demonstrative.
All right, those are admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Information, when you step down now?
Yes, she may.
So, first, orient the jurors as to the colors and who, when you have dark green, who are you highlighting, light green, the pink, and the red. So first, orient the jurors.
So the greens are gonna
And
be.
talk loud so that everyone can hear you.
Okay, so the greens are gonna be members of, or somebody associated with a peer to YSL. So make it easy, and associated does that stuff with green,
Why did you say that it appeared that they were associated with YSL?
based on the context of the conversation, what was being discussed, how people were being referred to, things like that.
Okay.
The red is going to be a conversation with Ashley Ellison, that's Mr. Myrick's girlfriend. So the darker red, you see the originating number, is gonna be Mr. Myrick. And then the lighter, the pink is gonna be Ms. Ellison. And then the yellow was an unknown number, that was inserted into the conversation, it was still the bottom.
And when you went back and started investigating the case, what do you recall what day the stabbing occurred?
February 9th.
So when you went back, why did you start on February 6th, 2022?
Because that's what the jail text messages, that's kind of when they had started. So I wanted to go back to get, usually when a crime happens, sometimes it's premeditated, sometimes it's not. But I wanted to catch the planning phase if there was any planning phase.
And did you ever associate any of the other phone numbers? For example, this 404-293-3244. Did you ever at some point identify that phone number?
I did.
And who did you identify that phone number to belong to?
That belonged to Denikian Garlington.
And did the Meekan Johnson have a nickname?
The little league.
And were you familiar with his social media accounts?
I was.
And did he ever go by the social media account Scarface?
He did.
So let's start with on February 6, 2022, is there a text message from the phone associated with the Meekan Garlington to that 706 number?
No, it's gonna come from the 706 number to Mr. Garlington.
Okay. And thank you for clarifying that for me. The 706 number, let me ask you this, did you ever identify that individual?
I did.
And who was that?
That's gonna be a gentleman that goes by the name Cleve Adams. He's an inmate with the Georgia Department of Corrections. He also goes by the name Bobby Hunt. That's his nickname, his moniker, he likes to go out.
And based on your investigation, was he conducting these text messages while he was incarcerated in prison?
He was.
All right. Now, looking at the first message, what is the date and time of the first message?
February 6, 2022 at 10:22 a.m.
10:20 or
Or
19?
19:20, sorry.
Okay, so that's 7:20 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. And what is the text message?
It says, yo,
And is there a response from the phone associate, Mr. Garlington, to the phone associate, Mr. Adams or Bobby?
yes, Mr. Garlington says, who is this? Who's this?
Right. And is there a response?
He says, Hunt.
Now, you have a red call here. What does that signify?
That's gonna be a text message from Ashley Ellison, Mr. Myrick's girlfriend.
And who is she communicating with?
She's sending a message to Mr. Hunt, the gentleman in prison.
And what does she say?
She said, hey, this is Red, Cedric Ruby, can you talk? He wanted me to call you.
Now, Cedric, do you know who that is?
Mr. Myrick, that's the nickname that he goes by, Cedric.
And have you ever heard the term, this is Red Cedric Ruby? Do you have heard of that term before?
Yeah, Ruby is a slang term or a name that's given to a female partner associated with blood gang. They go by a Ruby, that's who Ruby.
And at any point did Mr. Adams respond to her?
Yes, a little bit more than one.
Okay, and just to make it easier, when did he respond to her and what was his response?
Want me to call you? It might have gone through the jail messages, it's hard to explain.
Okay, so then next, on February 6, 2022 at 1951, is there a conversation between Mr. Adams' phone and Mr. and just go through that conversation, the next set of conversation.
So, Mr. Arlington says, what it do, twin? Mr. Adams, who's been in communication with Mr. Myrick, says, my little man, right there with the FUCK, racial expletives, and Mr. Arlington says, oh yeah, where about? Mr. Adams says, you know which I'm talking about, right? The singer. And Mr. Arlington says, who's locked up? And Mr. Adams says, 650. To which I know that to be a nickname from Mr. Bennett. He will wear a 650 chain. It refers, he goes by 650 boot. He has music. He has a Maybach, 650 Maybach. That's where it comes from. So Mr. Arlington responds, oh yeah, need him. And then Mr. Adams says, my little man gonna call back tomorrow. Mr. Arlington says, okay, let me know. Mr. Adams, attempting to use code of language, says, I'm gonna let you know. He's been ready to get an autograph for the game. And then Mr. Arlington says, okay, let me know ASAP. To which Mr. Adams responds, ready.
And when you said he's using coded language, what do you mean?
Instead of saying, I thought he's ready to kill him, I was ready to attack him, obviously his contraband phone gets.
Say it again.
Right.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to, if the calls were getting intercepted, when phones get taken, it's an attempt to conceal the activity to the person that makes it.
So they're not really trying to get an actual signature autograph for the guy?
No, I'm not trying to get all that.
Okay. Now, after that conversation, is there some conversation between Ms. Ellison's phone and Mr. Adams' phone?
Yes.
Okay. When does that conversation begin, and take the jury through that set of conversation?
It begins on the 7th, and they're talking about trying to put Mr. Myrick in communication with Mr. Adams down in the prison system. They're talking about emailing him, texting him. They're asking about stamps in the Fulton County jail system. You have to purchase stamps, the Fulton stamps, to be able to send and receive text messages. So you may buy 30 stamps or allow you to send, but you certain amounts, it's not free. So she's asking Mr. Adams for money for stamps from Mr. Myrick because they've used their last, and she's facilitating Cash App or Chime, Apple Pay to get the money to him to be able to facilitate stamps being purchased so they can communicate.
And is that communicating via phone?
It's going to be through the jail.
All right. And then there's a interesting call from a number that you're unaware of.
Correct.
And that was not a part of your investigation, investigating this kind of thing.
Yeah, it was just somebody trying to, like a third party trying to send them money. Maybe somebody didn't want to use their Cash App block, or whatever may happen, so somebody else trying to help out.
And then do they pick up that same conversation trying to get stamps for Mr. Myrick?
Yeah, the unknown number says I sent 15. I'm trying to get in contact with, or Mr. Connolly in jail. They'll send one inmate may have a Cash App account that they're using in the jail, and everybody can send money to, and might change. Somebody's phone gets taken, Cash App account gets shut down. So Mr. Adams in this text message sends the $15 to somebody for section. And then he tells Ms. Ellison, I sent the 15. And she says, I got it. I'm gonna get the stamps now and tell them to call me. Okay.
Now, going to February 8th, 2022, is there more conversation between Mr. Adams' phone and the Garlington phone?
There it is.
Now showing you what's been admitted as 1TTC2. Is there a conversation between the phone associated with Mr. Garlington and the phone associated with Adams?
There is.
Okay, and what is said on February 8th, 2022?
On February 8th, 2022, there's a message that goes out from Mr. Adams to Mr. Garlington where he says, I talked to little bro. He's gonna hit me when the food is
And does that mean when the food is actually cooked and finished or something else?
Just not a speculation.
Is this your,
Sustained.
is this your understanding of coded language as well?
It is.
And is your understanding of coded language, does it appear to be coded language?
It does.
Now, is there conversation then between Ms. Allison's phone number or Ellison's phone number and Adam's phone number?
Yes.
Okay, just tell us your generally the date and time and what's the general context of what's going back and forth between them.
So it starts on February 8th, and you'll see Miss Elson saying, Cedric wanted me to tell you Chris got locked back up, and he made the news last night. And he says, I seen it when it happened, that shit's crazy.
Now, in your understanding, investigate, do you know what they're referencing?
I do.
And what is it?
They are referencing the incident where Christian Effinger shot Officer David Rogers and was arrested for that. I believe it was on February 7th, so that means that's it.
Okay.
And he says, see when it happened. And Miss Ellison says, yesterday. And she's saying that Mr. Myers said, he said, ain't shorty a rat. And Mr. Adams says, tell him, leave that be him. And Mr. Adams says, focus on the bag. F all the other shit we worried about. It's nothing but business. Go ahead.
The president.
Okay. Nothing but business. And they start talking about, he says, Buddy's up under Rico and them. Tell him to bring home the trophy. I'm going to secure the bag. I've been online. Racial expletive. Got to see it to believe it. And Chris being in there is all the confirmation that's going to be needed.
So is that also using some coded language as well?
Some.
And what is your understanding of what's happening in this text?
Basically, tell him focus on the task at hand. And that people are going to get confirmation of it because Eppinger's in there. He's going to be able to vouch for it and say, no, it's happened. I'm here. It actually happened.
And then does that generally the context that's happening between Ms. Allison passing messages to Myrick from Adam in this February 8th conversation?
It is.
All right. Now going to February 9th, is there any messages between Mr. Adams and Mr. Garland?
He just reaches out to him. To me, it appears that maybe Mr. Garlington may have attempted to call him and he couldn't answer. And he says, yo, 12 is on the floor. 12 being a slang term for police. When you're in the prison system, the guards should come around, do rounds. If that's happening, he wouldn't have been able to answer his phone if the call came in.
And then are there conversations between Allison and Adam, also now on February 9th, 2022?
Yes.
And tell us the general, what's the conversation happening here on February 9th, 2022?
Mr. Adams is engaged in a conversation with Miss Ellison, and he says, yo, and she says, what's up? And he says, tell little bro, I talked to the biggest, just now waiting on the news. They think we're flexing. And she says, okay, I'll text this to him. And then Mr. Adams says, my name's on the line on this one. Don't make me look bad. Oh, it's a follow-up. So yeah, my name's on this line. I'm sorry, the text messages, sometimes they come in a little bit out of order. My name is on the line. So on this one, don't make me look bad. He said, I talked to the biggest. He thinks we're playing because the racial expletive is in the same house and it ain't handled. I done put the food on the table. Make me proud.
Now, is this similar to the same text message that you saw in the JK system when you were first just trying to pull the case? Is that same text message that was in the JK system?
Yes.
And is that the same text message you read a few months ago?
Yes.
All right. And is there any further conversation between Ellison and Adams and her passing that?
It looks like there was based on the context, there was I think, and there's a phone call that happens where there's a three-way call that's attempting to happen. Isn't great service in most of these prisons. So he wasn't able to hear him. So they're trying to get the message across about what had happened in the payment and things like that. And you'll even see he texted this yellow number He says, nothing, just trying to get confirmation of this thing.
And is that confirmation, is your understanding that's a confirmation of the staff?
Correct.
And what day does the staffing occur?
May 9th.
May 9th?
I'm sorry, February 9th.
Now, on February 10th, is there some conversation between Ellison's phone and Adam's phone?
There is.
Okay, if you can give the general context of what is now occurring on February 10th, and is it the day after the stabbing?
Yes.
All right, what is happening on the day after the stabbing?
Mr. Myrick, coupled with phone calls, Mr. Myrick is eager to be paid for what he did for stabbing Mr. Bennett. So Ms. Ellison is texting.
Yeah, I mean, I already instructed you once to not include your commentary and just provide the facts.
Can I raise some foundation? Were you able to listen to the jail calls yourself?
I was.
And were you able to pick up tone and manner and demeanor in the calls that you were listening to?
Yes.
And
All right. And so that would be your lay opinion that he, okay.
Yeah.
And based on that, was that how you were determining that he was eager to get paid for what he did to Mr. Bennett?
Correct. That was the purpose of his phone calls, were to seek payment for what he had done.
And were there multiple phone calls for him seeking payment for what he did?
Yes.
And with that, Your Honor, with that.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, looking at February 10th, 2022, just go through what that conversation was on February 10th, 2022.
She said, do you need the bros to verify? He said, that's all. Should be no talking on the phone right now anyway.
And for you as an investigator, was that significant?
It was.
Why?
Because he was seeking payment and talking about, does it need to be verified to secure payment? And they were talking about not talking on the phone right now because of what had just happened.
It being the stabbing that just happened.
Correct.
All right. And when you say not talking on the phone, for that, not talking on the jail phone?
Correct.
Okay. All right, continue.
He's asking, Ms. Ellison said, Mr. Myrick is asking to get something to eat now. He's hungry. And then he again utilizes an outside person to send like $80 to Mr. Myrick.
And that's generally the conversation here, them just trying to get this money, get paid.
Correct.
All right. Now, skipping down to February 10th, is there now some conversation between Garlington and Adams?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about what's happening between Garlington and Adams on February 10th as well.
Mr. Adams is reaching out to Mr. Garlington regarding what appears to possibly be payment for Mr. Myrick for the stabbing.
And just go through the text.
Okay. Mr. Adams says, get at me, please step 5. And he says, Mr. Garlington says, okay, when I get off your phone. Mr. Adams says, I'm on your ass. You tried to play me to the left. Then one says, yo, the other says, yo. Mr. Adams says, what you got going? Mr. Garlington says, put him down. And he says, for sure, like, did he put him down? And he says, are you for sure, Simon? He says, yo, twin. And again, Mr. Adams reaches out and says, look, just keep me posted so I can make sure little bro gets something because he's on my top bad. And I told him I was going to get him the back end for his show. Got to pay him a couple racks myself to make sure he's in gang. I recognize when they say Jeezy typically means good. I ain't looking for nothing for me. I'm just invested in my artist. Smell me. I need me and mines. Looks like gone. Go and get it done for sure. Slat. I'm out here. Hit me gang. And then Mr. Garlington responds, it's hard to get in touch with him. I just be seeing him when I go up there. To the yo. You know I understand that shit, gang. I'm with you, Slat.
Ms. Hilton, You don't have to do it right now, but be kind of thinking about when a good lunch break would be.
This is the last one, so I
All
put it
right.
right here.
Sounds good.
All right. And while we wrap this up, we go to lunch. So what is this still on the February 10th, 2022?
Yes, it's a continuation.
Okay, and just go through the last bit of that conversation between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Adams on February 10th.
Mr. Garlington says, okay. And Mr. Adams says, for sure. I know it's going to take time, bro. Bro is bigger than big, and he got to be hands off with everything. We locked in from county to 4-4 ever. Slime, I'm rocking, and mine's going with me. It's all hands on deck.
And does that text message repeat itself?
It does.
All right. And from your investigation and understanding, when he says, for sure, I know it's going to take time, bro, bigger than big, and got to be hands off with everything. We locked in from county to forever slime. Who did you understand they were talking about, given your investigation and content?
From my investigation and my knowledge, it sounded like somebody in a leadership role with YSL.
Did you know specifically who?
It appeared to be Mr. Williams.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained.
And a motion to strike, move to strike.
Can I make some sound?
You can try.
Okay. How long have you been working back and forth with the YSL gang?
Since 2019, at least, if not 2017.
And when you were working with these cases, did you ever have any other evidence in which individuals from YSL, from your own investigation, attempted to conceal Mr. Williams' identity?
Yes.
And how have you seen that occur?
With the use of FaceTime to conceal his identity, so text messages or phone calls go undetected.
Okay. Have you ever seen in your investigation or listen to jail calls that individual YSL would try not to use his name?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever seen through social media where individuals will try to conceal and say, don't say his name, say a different name?
Correct.
And in having that knowledge and reading this text message, is that how you determine? It is of your expert opinion that this could be potentially talking about Mr. Williams?
Well, objection to reading, and it's also a misstatement of what was said initially. Says, in her opinion, it's Mr. Williams, and
All right.
it could be Mr. Williams.
I'm going to let you clear that up on cross.
I originally
May
said
answer.
somebody with a leadership role. I can't definitively say Mr. Williams. I said somebody within a leadership role, so that's who is in the highest leadership role. So.
No, I think that's a good sign.
Okay. Let's take our lunch break and let's plan to be back at 1:15, please. Right, just stay where you are for a minute. Is there anything we need to take up before we break for lunch? Okay, we're in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's nothing to take up, but I printed and was gonna bring to defense counsel and the court two cases the state wants to provide counsel for issues that may come up
Okay,
during this discussion.
thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are in recess, and I'm going to have lunch. I don't know what you guys are doing, but I will be back. when the trial commences. Hope everyone's doing well. I know you guys haven't seen me in a while. I've been outside working, doing a little here and there. But right now I'm in the restaurant. I'm in a restaurant. I'm still live streaming from the restaurant. Tell me I ain't a bad dude. Tell me. Tell me. With that said, I'm in a restaurant right now, and I'm going to get my eat on. I'll see you guys at lunch. Until then, peace. Wait a minute, guys. First of all, shout out to Marie Duff. Appreciate the super sticker. Keep the super stickers coming in. Motivate me. Motivate me. I'll see you guys in a little while. Peace. All right. Shout out to Shaw B. Shout out to Shaw B. Appreciate the membership. Everyone, hello, hello, hello. I'm here, ladies and gentlemen. I am still here.
No, that's disgusting.
What? Okay, hold on. Let me add to the stage. Hold on.
This sauce is disgusting.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? We are back, and the court should resume in a few minutes. We getting it in. We are getting it in. The judge said, Mr. Byron, you had to sit in the media room. No, Your Honor, I don't sit in closets. And the judge was dishonest, ladies and gentlemen. Judge Whitaker was dishonest. And when I say dishonest, I'm going to explain to you what I mean by dishonest. The judge received a filing, an official filing, that explained the circumstances in which the photo was taken. The judge refused to grant a hearing. This is a court filing. This is a court filing. And I hate to throw a judge under the bus, but the judge made a statement when Mr. Nichols was taking his plea, and she said there had been a previous violations of Rule 22. Never happened. She knew it didn't happen when she said it. That's my belief. She knew it didn't happen when she said it. And she had granted the hearing to give me the opportunity to explain, which we did it in writing. Everything's done in writing. It's in writing, it's filed into the court. Those circumstances, had she reviewed it, would have shown that I never violated the Rule 22. And the only time I took a photo was when I was asked to take the photo, and not that I snuck a photo. But the judge knew this. The judge knew this, but it's my belief that the judge was trying to allow the sheriff sergeant to get some get back because I posted his photo on the internet and called him out. This is my belief, and I'm entitled to my belief. But I will say, unequivocally, ladies and gentlemen, I never violated Rule 22. I've been doing this too many years. Too many years. And now I'm getting on camera. What's going on? Hey. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear my sound of my voice. Put a 1 in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Put a 1 in the chat. We riding around trying to get it, ladies and gentlemen. We outside. We not sitting in the closet. We not standing in the corner with our leg up in the air, waiting for us to be released, set free. We don't do that. Hello. All right. Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Put a 1 in the chat. We are streaming here on Twitter, and we are streaming us also on YouTube. I'll make sure you guys can even hear me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I said what I said. It is what it is. No, I wasn't kicked out the court. I'm just in my vehicle right now, doing work from the vehicle. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear the sound of my voice. Put a 1 in the chat. No, I did not get kicked out the court. No, I did not. I'll be inside the courtroom for closing arguments. I'll be inside the courtroom for closing arguments. Okay. All right. Yo, it's cold outside. I know I'm don't judge me. I know I got 2 different mixed designers on. I get it. Marie Duff, what it do? We are live here, ladies and gentlemen, on both Twitter and YouTube. I know we lost our stream on Hip Hop Inquirer. I don't know what's going on there. Let's see what's going on. Oh man, they're running rumors like I kid. No, I didn't get kicked, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get it from the horse's ass. Get it from the horse's mouth. I didn't get kicked out of the court. I just listen. This is my birthday week. I was celebrating the last 2 days. I didn't get kicked out anywhere. I've got kicked out of better places, and definitely 1C is not one of them. No, what I was saying, the Judge Whitaker, knew when she said, it's my belief, because she was provided the proof and the evidence, that the only photo, and I'll tell you guys, it was the photo at issue was the Young Thug photo. That was the issue. That's why, and this is what was told to me by Miss Laura Percifield in writing. What Miss Percifield said was it was the photo. But what I had to inform Miss Percifield was I was asked to take the photo. I didn't sneak and take the photo. It was never a recording. And here's the other thing. The judge said recording. When she said you both were recording while she wasn't off the bench, that wasn't really true. Because most people believe that recording is shooting video, taking video. And that never happened. So Ms. Percifield responded to my email by saying, she highlighted the word photo when the judge was off the bench. But I provided an affirmative defense to that allegation. And the allegation was that I took a photo when the judge wasn't on the bench. But here's the catch. I was asked to take the photo. I take the photo, get it on TMZ. Did it. But the person in charge who asked me to take the photo, because she was trying to do a hookup for the homie. She was trying to do a hookup for Young Thug. Thank you. Appreciate you. She was doing a hookup for Young Thug. But I'm assuming that if she runs the courtroom, she can give me the authority to do something. Give me the authority, not me a certain authority, because I don't have authority in that courtroom. So when I took the photo, obviously it was viewed by millions of people. Shout out to my lawyers and my licensing. My lawyers did a great job. We made a lot of money with the photo. I won't lie to you guys. I made a lot of money with the photo because it's my work. It's my birthday. So, but that's besides the point. You make money for the work that you do. That's not the only photo I make money with, but in particular, that photo was taken at the behest of the requester who was in charge. So the judge has to outline, and I've been meaning to do the live with the 5-page filing, so you guys can understand exactly what happened. And I believe also that the judge didn't want all the media in the courtroom. Is my belief, because those who've been covering this trial remember the judge saying, "There's a lot of media here." She kind of gave that look like it's a lot of media here. Well, Judge, what you did was you said in open court that I was recording, and also it's happened before. It had never happened before, at least not with me. But here's the problem: you could call myself and Sylvia up, and she may actually been doing this before. I'm not saying she did. Well, I'm saying she might have did, but it wasn't me. So in your order, see, here's the problem. In the order, she said the modification. She said it wasn't. She said, Mr. Byers, it's not a revocation, it's a modification. In the media room, there's nothing to shoot. There's nothing to shoot in the media room. There are 4 walls. As I told Miss Laura Percifield, there's 4 walls. So for me, it's a revocation. And it's my right, because it's a judge's order, modification of an order, that I can address it to the higher court, the Supreme Court, the state of Georgia, or JQC. I can do it. I have options here. But I don't want to make it a distraction from the case. These young men are fighting for their life. But I am going to watch every move that's being made in that courtroom, because if the judge can do this to a member of the press, and not me doing this, the judge can do this to a member of the press, what else is getting slipped through the cracks? And I even berating the prosecutors, because no one liked it when Glanville was doing to the defense, and no one should like it when the judge is doing to the prosecutors. It's not right either way. It's not right either way. When Glanville was doing to the defense attorneys, it wasn't right. And when the judge is doing to the prosecutors, it's not right. I hope you guys get where I'm going with this. But to call me up and then say that in open court, what were you trying to do? I don't listen. I've covered many judges in federal courts, state courts around the nation. This has never happened. And for that, I have no desire after this case to cover anything that she has anything to do with at all. Nothing. But I have to. The right way. No one's in the court yet, ladies and gentlemen. You can see no one's in the court yet. Stand by. One of my streams went down. Hold on. But we locked in. Guys, I gotta get off camera. I'll be back shortly.
All right, you can go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, investigative reason, when we left off, we talked about the February 9th, 2022 stabbing of Mr. Bennett. Just going back to 2019, when you were working with the probation department and you were working with Atlanta Police Department, when you were working with them, what exactly was your roles and responsibilities when you were working with the Atlanta Police Department?
I was assigned full-time to the Atlanta Police Department. I had a caseload of, I would say, high-risk gang members that were assigned to me. And we would monitor and provide investigative assistance to other units when there were cases involving gang members, cases in gang areas, and we'd help out along the way with those cases as they come up.
And when you say you would monitor them, tell us exactly what would you do?
We could all just be sitting in the office and we have the radio going and we may hear an address pop up and they say, okay, we have a person shot at this address. One of us might respond out there. We may call that unit and say, hey, what do you guys have? Might pull the reports later on. We could check and see. Not sure if you guys have heard NIBIN leads the ballistics testing when shell casings match. We might say, okay, let's see if this matches something. And then we'd go dialogue with the investigator and say, hey, take a look at this. This might be a motive. These are your parties. These are your players, and do things like that.
And in your doing that in 2019, we discussed briefly, did you come to find cases in which YFN members or YFN locations were either the targets of some type of crime, or YSL members or YSL locations were the targets of some crime?
Yes.
And I want to direct your attention to certain dates. On May 10th of 2019, did you become aware during that time of an incident that happened at 1600 Pryor Road?
Yes.
And 1600 Pryor Road, is that in any particular territory?
It borders on what would be the Summerhill neighborhood, leading to the Summerhill neighborhood, which is where YFN would be frequenting.
And as a part of knowing about that investigation, did you learn there was a victim in that case?
There was
Okay, who was the victim?
a gentleman named Milton Howard.
And were you familiar through your investigation with an individual by the name of Milton Howard?
Once I took a look at the case and spoke with the investigators, I learned that.
Sustained.
Without telling me what you learned or what anyone told you, did you determine if that person was associated with a gang?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang was Milton Howard associated with?
YFN.
And was anyone ever arrested for that incident?
Yes.
Who?
Javon Fleetwood.
Is that the same Javon Fleetwood we talked about earlier?
Yes.
Is that the same Javon Fleetwood that had the YSL tattoo on his face?
Yes.
Also in 2019, in that same role that you had, did you become aware or did you receive police reports about an incident that happened on Cruz Street?
Yes.
Is Cruz Street in any particular gang territory or neighborhood?
It's in the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta.
Say that one more time.
It's in the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta.
And is that the neighborhood affiliated with YFN?
Yes.
Do you know that location specifically of 1040 Cruz Street?
What can you define?
Do you know, is it a store? Is it a house? Is it a shopping center? Do you know what it is?
That was over 5. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
And were there any victims at the location?
I believe there were.
You want to rephrase?
Yes. Sitting here today, are you familiar specifically with that incident?
Can I look at my notes to refresh my
Do you
recollection?
have notes of regarding a timeline of events that occurred in 2019?
I do.
Will looking at your notes help refresh your memory as to that particular incident?
It would.
Yes. Uh-huh.
And as soon as we get that, we're looking at that, help refresh your memory.
It would.
All right. Just look at it without saying anything. If it refreshes your memory, look at it and look at it when you're finished.
Okay.
Okay. Did that help refresh your memory as to whether or not there were any victims at the location?
Yes.
Was YFN reaching at that location?
I learned through the investigation that he was present, had been seen at the location. Yes.
And was that incident on May 22nd, 2019?
It was.
On that same day, did you learn of, or did you have the case to investigate a shooting at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I learned that there was shots fired there. Yes.
Okay. And was that also on May 22nd, 2019?
Yes.
And as we talked about earlier, that's in the Cleveland Avenue area.
Correct.
Again, back in 2019, was there this, again, kind of back and forth of shootings, back and forth between YSL areas and YFN areas?
Correct.
On May 25th, 2019, was there a shooting at 211 Cleveland Avenue?
I believe there was a shots fired call that came up at that location. Yes.
Yeah. And is that in the Cleveland Avenue YSL area?
It is.
Objection. They,
Okay.
YSL area.
Sustained.
Is 211 Cleveland Avenue in an area frequented by YSL members?
It is. It's in that neighborhood. Yes.
In May 27, 2019, was there another shooting at 355 Bellegarde Place?
There was.
And were there victims a part of that shooting?
I just need to
need
refresh
to
real
refresh
quick.
your
There's
memory?
several incidents I want to misspeak or confuse them. That's all. Yes.
And were there victims in that shooting?
There were two people present. Nobody was struck, I believe.
Now, with the incidents that we just referred to outside of the one that happened on Pryor Road, for the Crew Street and the two Cleveland Avenues and the Bellegarde Place, was there anyone ever apprehended, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Now, taking you to June of 2019, did you ever learn of an incident in which the grave of Donovan was defaced?
Yes,
And was there a police report associated with that defacing?
I believe there was an information report taken.
What's the difference between an information report and a police report?
I mean, it's a type of police report where just information was given, and they wanted the incident documented.
And as a part of this investigation here in this indictment, did you pull any social media accounts from a social media website called the Shade Room?
I did.
Right. And why did you go into the Shade Room and see any type of social media posting?
I think just being on Instagram, I just so happened to see the posts come up, and was relevant to what we had been working with.
And what was the post?
I believe it was a post that came from the account associated with Jeffrey Williams. And
why was it significant to you?
it was directed at Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, YFN Lucci, saying that if I didn't like what you did for your mother and your kids, I would have killed you.
And did you grab that? Did you do a screen grab of that posting?
I did.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as stated in 429 BV. Tell me if you recognize 429 BV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 429 BV?
This is a accurate depiction of what I had screen grabbed.
Does it appear to have any additions or deletions from what you screen grabbed as a part of your investigation?
Does not appear to, no.
Your Honor, this time, say would like to admit 429 VV into evidence.
Okay.
All right, that's admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
And what was the date of the post?
When it was posted on the Shade Room, I believe it was August 19th of 2019. That's the date that they had reposted it. And it's saying 46 minutes ago on the original post, but I can't give you an exact timing of the original post. This is when I saw this.
And you said August 19th. I see a date on there. It's August 18th.
18th, I'm sorry, 2019.
And do you know, to your knowledge at all, if that particular post was ever deleted from the actual account of Thugger Thugger One's account?
I believe it was.
And do you know if this was captured in a Shade Room just prior to it being deleted or before it was deleted off of the Thugger Thugger One account?
I believe right before it was.
And this is posted or around the time of August 2019. Is that towards the end of this back and forth that we just discussed?
Yes.
Now, you talked about in 2020, there was some transition in employment or what you were doing initially in 2019, and then you transitioned to something, a new role in 2020. What was that transition in 2020? What was your new role?
So I had been promoted to criminal investigator, and I was sent to the special operations section, to where typically once you arrive there, you're assigned out to a task force. It could be the ATF, the FBI, the DEA. I went to the GBI gang task force. I then went through a police academy associated with that position. I graduated and then went to, because my whole career had been spent in Atlanta, I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Department, and I worked out of their gang unit.
And what were you able to do now that you weren't able to do in 2019 with those 2019 cases? What were you able to do with the 2020 cases?
I was freed up from supervising an actual caseload. So I was free to, and now that I'd been through the academy with them, charge and work criminal cases.
And did you end up then working criminal cases, again, associated with the conflict that was happening between YSL and YFN?
I did.
I want to direct you to May 4th, 2020. Did you have the occasion to be a part of the investigation of an incident that occurred at 1220 Gun Club Road?
Yes.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I believe that night we were out on the street working and we heard the 911 call come up for the incident.
Once you heard the 911 call come up, what was the incident that came up?
There was I think it was described on radio as like a active shootout up and down Gun Club Road happening at that moment.
What did you do once you received the call? Or
I-
heard the call over the radio?
I believe we reached out to the aggravated assault unit to find out who the victim suspects were.
And who were the victim suspects? Let me ask you this. Once you learned about who the victim suspects were, what did you do?
I looked at their social media accounts.
Whose social media account did you look at?
Mr. Tanquarius Mender.
And had that name come up before? Were you familiar with that name?
I was.
How were you familiar with Tanquarius Mender?
I'd worked with him previously in my other roles, and I'd spoken to him before in non-custodial settings, custodial settings. So I had a pretty decent rapport with him at that point.
And we spoke of him earlier. Was he associated with a gang?
Yes, YSL.
And did he have another association with another gang?
He did.
What was that?
The Rolling 60s Neighborhood Crips.
And did Mr. Mender have a nickname?
He had two.
What are his nicknames?
He would either go by Nard or Stunna.
Now, you said you looked at his social media. Did you look at anyone else's social media?
No, just his at that point.
Okay. Once you looked at Mr. Mender's social media, what, if anything, did you do next?
When I spoke with the aggravated assault unit, I let them know about a post I'd seen the day before.
What was the post?
Mr. Mender had been driving around Summerhill, tagging Summerhill, kind of laughing while he's driving around Summerhill.
Is that the post that you talked about earlier this morning?
It was.
Okay. Once you informed the ag assault detective, did you do anything else as related to this case?
No.
Did you ever look in Marquavius Huey's phone around the time of this investigation?
No.
Was Mr. Mender the only person associated with this case on Gun Club Road?
At that time, yes.
Okay. When you say at that time, what do you mean?
Later on, I had reviewed Mr. Huey's cell phone extraction. I had learned about additional parties that were involved.
What additional parties?
Objection, Your Honor. You're saying
Sustained.
Let me ask you, when did you look at Huey's phone?
I'd say right when I got them back, but it was pretty, there's a lot of things. So it took a while to take a real deep dive into the phone. So I had to do bits and pieces.
Did you look at Huey's phone around the same time when you were assisting Sergeant Henderson with his case in October 2020? Or had you looked at Huey's phone prior to that?
No, around October 2020.
Okay. So when you were looking through his phone in October 2020, is that when you saw information about some stuff that happened in May of 2020?
Correct.
All right. After looking through Mr. Huey's phone, did you ever look at Mr. Huey's social media accounts?
Yes.
Do you know an individual by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
I do.
How do you know Kenneth Copeland?
I was familiar with Mr. Copeland from when I first started working in Atlanta, when he was part of the 30 Deep Criminal Street Gang. And I'd supervised him throughout the years.
Were you familiar with his social media account?
I was.
In looking at Mr. Mender's, Huey, and Mr. Copeland's social media account, did you see any pictures of any of them on each other's social media accounts?
Yes.
When looking at their social media, when did you see them starting to post or have interaction with each other?
April or May, probably of 2020.
As it relates to the incident in May of 2020 at Gun Club Road, was there anyone ever arrested for that incident?
I don't believe so.
And was Mender the victim in that incident?
He was.
All right. Now, taking you to May 24th, 2020, were you aware of any shootings that occurred at 98 William H. Borders Road?
Yes.
That location, is that in any particular gang area?
That's an area that would be frequented by members of YFN.
Taking you to May 25th, 2020, did you investigate or have the occasion to investigate a case that happened at 411 Parkway Drive?
The unit worked on a team on that case, yes.
You said the unit worked as a team.
Yes.
Okay. How many other people were you working with?
Probably maybe 10. The unit as a whole, would, because there were so many cases, would split up and divide tasks on each case.
Were there any victims associated with that case?
Yes.
Who were the victims?
Reginald Thomas.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to your saying also, may we?
You may.
Looks like they're trying to get some evidence in that was excluded. Let's see. You guys been with me? Are you still with me? Put a one in the chat. Put a one in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. If you're still with me, we are here live in the location. I'm glad you guys can join me today. You said we have to Mr. Byron. We've been around. We've been around, ladies and gentlemen. We've been around. But we've been handling our house business. D, I see you, D. I see you. I see you, D. Call me darling. I see you as well. Okay, I see a bunch of you out here on StreamYard watching you guys. Oh boy. Oh yeah, we've been busy. Oh my God. Woo. We've been busy. But busy is a good thing. Busy is a good thing. I kind of miss you guys out there. I miss you guys. But you've been seeing my tweets, so you know I didn't just disappear. I've been tweeting. I've been tweeting. I'm talking about tweeting. The former CNN journalist Don Lemon said he's leaving Twitter. He's never coming back. Oh my. Oh my. What do you guys think of Detective Burrito? What do you guys think of Detective Burrito? Oh yeah. Oh. All right, guys. Okay, I gotta take a phone call. See you in a minute.
May I continue, Your Honor? Who was the victim in that case? I'm sorry, and let me go back into 411 Parkway Drive. I apologize.
That's kind of it. Can I explain it a little bit? It's kind of complicated.
Well, first tell me who the victims were, and then, okay, because of the other shooting that happened.
Yeah, it's like a
Okay.
twofold.
All right, let me ask you this. 411 Parkway Drive, are you familiar with that location?
I am.
How are you familiar with 411 Parkway Drive?
That is traditionally Rolling 60 Crip from my experience in Atlanta, Rolling 60 Crip territory in Atlanta. That's somewhere where you'd find them, especially on a nice day, hanging out in the parks, the areas throughout the Fourth Ward.
And was there a shooting at that location?
There was.
Was there anyone ever arrested for that incident, for that shooting?
There was.
Who was arrested for that shooting?
The two that I can think of off the top of my head will be Reginald Thomas and Tydricus Glass.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't hear the first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Reginald Thomas, Tydricus Glass.
And with Mr. Thomas and Mr. Glass, were you familiar with those individuals?
I was.
And were they associated with any gang?
YFN.
And I think I asked earlier about Mender being a part of Rolling 60s Crips.
Correct.
Did Rolling 60s Crips have any association with any gang?
They had an alliance with YSL.
And I said association, you said alliance. Why did you give a distinction?
Because association would just say, like, we're cool, we know each other. Alliance would be like, to me, from my investigative experience, means that they'll work together and they'll partner on things.
Now, I want to take you to May 26, 2020. Was there a shooting at 257 Trinity Street?
There was.
And was there a victim of that incident?
There was.
And who was that?
Marcus Sims.
And were you familiar with that individual?
I was.
How?
He was a friend of Tanquarius Mender.
And to your knowledge, do you know Mr. Sims was a part of any gang?
No, we'd classify him as an associate, but I wouldn't say he's a gang member.
Okay. And associate of what gang?
The Rolling 60 Crips.
Is that because of his relationship with Mr. Alford?
Both Mr. Mender, Mr. Alford.
On June 1st, 2020, was there an incident at 361 Edgewood?
There was.
Are you familiar with that location?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that location?
That's an area frequented by members of YFN.
Was there anyone injured during that shooting?
I don't believe anybody was injured, but I think 2 people were shot at.
I want to take you to June 3rd, 2020. Was there an incident at 600 Martin Street?
There was.
And did you have any part of the investigation of that incident at 600 Martin Street?
May I just look quick to make sure we're speaking about the right incident?
Yes.
Yes.
What was your involvement?
That was a case handled by the aggravated assault unit, but based on the location of where it occurred, we assisted with some information on that investigation.
And what was significant about the location where it occurred?
It was the scene of a YFN Lucci video shoot.
And 600 Martin Street, is that any, where is 600 Martin Street?
In Summerhill.
And were there any victims in that case?
I'm unsure if there was a victim, but I know that there was a vehicle struck by gunfire.
And whose vehicle was struck by gunfire?
Mr. Bennett or Lucci.
I want to take you to June 4th, 2020. Was there an incident at 1044 Hank Aaron?
There was.
And where is 1044 Hank Aaron?
In the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta. It's an apartment complex.
And was there any apartments or homes shot at or shot up?
There was.
Who, do you know whose home was shot at or shot up?
It was the home of, for a family home of Sabian Cluster, better known as YFN Fat.
And were there any shell cases found in that case?
There were.
And were there any shell cases found at the incident at 600 Martin Street on June 3rd?
There were.
And was that this incident just a day apart?
There were.
Was anyone ever arrested for those 2 incidents?
They were not.
And then I want to take you to June 30th, 2020. Was there an incident at 639 Parkway?
There was.
Okay. And is that in the same or similar location as the incident that happened on May 25th, 2020, near 411 Parkway Drive?
I'd say it's several, like maybe 6 or 7 blocks north of where that happened.
And would you still consider that area the area of the Rolling 60s stronghold?
That was the area in the 4th Ward neighborhood. That was the 600 block is the area that they liked the most.
Okay. And were there any victims for that particular shooting?
Yes, multiple.
Who were some of the victims?
There were multiple members of the Rolling 60s Crips, including Shadari Mitchell, Kenneth Long, Demario Franklin, and Marcus Sims was shot and killed that night.
Is that the same Marcus Sims that we talked about from the May 26, 2020 incident?
It is.
And as a result of that shooting, did you look at any social media?
I did.
Whose social media did you look at?
I believe I was reviewing the account for Tidrika's Glass.
And was there anything of any significance that you found while reviewing that particular social media account?
There was a live video that I found interesting, yes.
Why did you find it interesting?
They were drinking and dancing around in like a kitchen or something, singing "Drop a Op" and "We Celebrate."
And how soon after?
Jack, the answer to pronoun they, last clarification.
Okay. Is that what the post said?
I believe that if I remember the video correctly, there should be like maybe 2 people in the scene, and one of the 2 YFN associated individuals, or whoever's in the photo, is singing out of their mouth, "Drop Op" and "We Celebrate," while they're like pouring shots, I think it was.
Okay. And throughout the rest of 2020, were there just other shootings that you, being a part of this unit, found of note to you?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of those shootings in both the YFN associated territory as well as the YSL associated territory?
Yes.
Now, I want to go back to the stabbing of Mr. Bennett in February of 2022. Once you received the text messages and you reviewed them, what, if anything, did you do next as a part of your investigation in determining what was going on with the stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I continued to monitor jail calls for any chatter that was going on within the jail, because Mr. Bennett, of course, luckily was not killed, to make sure that nobody else was going to attempt anything or a way to harm Mr. Bennett.
And as you continue to review jail calls, did you find any additional jail calls of note to you regarding any stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I did.
Okay. What was that? What did you find?
I found a phone call made by YSL member Christian Eppinger.
And what did you do once you learned or heard that call?
As far,
Like once you listened to the call, what, if anything, did you do?
Again, it was a call where a female was acting as a middleman. So to identify the person that she was reaching out to, I obtained phone records for the female, identified the number that she called at that exact time that the jail call was taking place, and then was able to identify the person being called.
And who was the person being called?
A gentleman named Antonio Sumlin.
And did Antonio Sumlin have a nickname?
Obama.
Once you heard that jail call or learned of that jail call, what, if anything, what steps did you take after that?
I then decided to apply for Wiretap applications for the phone lines of both Demikion Garlington and Antonio Sumlin.
Why did you make that? Why did you decide to apply for a wiretap?
Because we were fearful that until Mr. Bennett was severely harmed or killed, this plot would continue. So we felt that was the best course of action at that time.
And were you able to secure or be able to go and have a wiretap for both Mr. Garlington's phone and Mr. Sumlin's phone?
Yes.
Now, tell the jury, what are the steps that happens once you secure a warrant and you're able to get a wiretap?
I was the case agent on the law enforcement side of things. Then we have like IT people or technical people that they take the paperwork you receive from the judge and they forward it to the phone company. And then usually it takes a couple hours. You have a wire room set up. It's a private, secure location. And I'd say within a couple of hours of submitting the paperwork to the phone company, you'll start receiving data coming in the wire room. You'll start receiving phone calls, text messages, and you'll see sometimes just data, like when you're browsing on your phone or making a video call, you'll see that stuff starts coming in and being registered.
And as far as the wire room, does that have to be maintained 24 hours a day?
It does,
And why is that?
because you have to actively, you're now responsible for monitoring what's coming in. You can't leave it unmonitored. Somebody has to be there monitoring.
Now, when you are monitoring those calls, are you able to listen to every call, or are there times you have to minimize or stop listening to the calls?
So everybody gets what's called a minimization training. They get informed of the basis of a case. They're passed out copies of the affidavit so they know what's going on, what allowed us to get there. They read through that. We conduct a meeting. Everybody's informed. We talk about what they should listen out for, what's going on. And then they're explained on minimization procedures. So if somebody calls their grandma, for example, and she's talking about what she's going to make for dinner, or what do you want for me to buy you this year for your birthday? You listen for 2 minutes. And if at the 2-minute mark, there's no criminal activity, you mute or you minimize for 1 minute. You give the full minute, you resume, you click back in, and you listen for another 2 minutes. If there's no criminal activity, you mute again. And I'm sorry, I say mute, I mean minimize. At that time, once you minimize, you cannot go back, the recording stops. And you do that. Now, if there's criminal activity heard that's related to your case, you can listen.
And when you got the warrants, do you remember when you got the initial warrants for both the phone from Mr. Garlington and Mr. Sumlin?
I want to say we went up on the line somewhere around like the first week of March. So it should have been around like the 10th, maybe, or somewhere around there.
As it relates to Mr. Garlington, were you able to initially listen to his calls?
No.
Why not? What happened?
Coincidentally, he had changed his phone number.
Once he had changed his phone number, what, if anything, did you do? Let me ask you, did you try to secure another number for Mr. Garlington?
I did.
How did you go about securing another number for Mr. Garlington?
I reached out to his probation officer to see if, to remain in compliance, he may have updated her with his new phone number.
And had he done that?
He had.
And then for Mr. Sumlin's line, were you able to go up on his phone immediately?
Yes.
How long were you on, how long did you have a wiretap on each of those phones?
The initial application goes for 30 days. So I know we had 30 days on both. And then I did renewals on both. So we did 60 days. I can't remember if Mr. Garlington went into custody before his 60 days was up or not, but we had authorization for 60 days ultimately on both.
Why did you choose to extend the first 30 days?
Because the criminal activity was still pretty active. There were still crimes being committed, still intelligence being gathered.
Now, I want to direct you to March of 2022.
Okay.
With the stabbing of Mr. Bennett inside the Fulton County Jail, did that information ever get released to the public?
It did, but it was delayed.
Okay. And when you said it was delayed, what happened?
I don't believe it hit the news until some court documentation was filed.
And what court documentation was filed?
An emergency motion for bond on Mr. Bennett's behalf.
And do you know when that documentation was filed?
I want to say the first few days of March, I believe.
Permission to approach? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16T. But I have refreshed your memory as to when that bond here, or when that motion was filed?
Yes,
Okay, when was that motion filed?
March 1st of 2022.
And after March 1st, 2022, did you start seeing public media posts about the stabbing of Mr. Bennett?
Yes, several news outlets picked it up.
Once several news outlets began to pick it up, did you, as an investigator with the gang unit, have investigated this YFN, YSL conflict? Did anything about that report spark any investigation on your part about anything that you were going to do as it relates to the conflict between YFN and YSL?
Based on my experience with with these two groups and the conflicts, we were on heightened alert for any events that or shootings or incidents that may occur.
And by the time the media release occurred, were you already up on the wire, or did that come after the release of the information to the media?
I believe it came after.
Okay. Now I want to direct your attention to March 11th, 2022. Did you become aware of the shooting on I-75/85 northbound?
I did.
And did you become aware of who, if anyone, was killed as part of that incident?
I do.
Okay. And who was that?
That would be Christian McMiller and Darius Big Ford.
And do you know about what time that incident occurred?
I believe it happened around 3:30 a.m.
And have you had any involvement with any investigation as it relates to that case?
I have.
And is that still an open pending case at this juncture?
It is.
After that shooting on March 11th, 2022, did you become aware of a shooting at 12 Atlanta?
Yes.
When was that shooting?
I believe that the incident on the highway took place at 3 a.m. Fast forward to about almost just before 10 o'clock, the shooting at 12 Atlanta took place.
10 o'clock a.m. or 10 o'clock p.m.?
PM. I think the call for service came in around 9:47
And where is 12 Atlanta?
in Summerhill.
And are you familiar with that location?
I am.
How are you familiar with that location?
I believe in 2019 and 2020, it was 12 Atlanta itself. The convenience store was the target of drive-by shootings.
And was there anyone injured on March 11th, 2022?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe the gentleman's name is Cortez Houston. He's a YFN associate.
And has there been anyone arrested for that shooting?
Yes.
Who's that?
A gentleman named Stephen Harris.
And are you familiar with that name?
Yes.
How?
He's documented, not by me, but another member of the gang unit as a member of YSL.
After that incident on March 12th, 2022, did you become aware of a shooting, without saying any name, of a shooting on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Without saying any names, how did you become aware of the shooting on Cleveland Avenue?
I was in the wire room monitoring the calls in the wiretap, and we heard a shootout being described on the wiretap.
After hearing about that shooting on the wiretap, did you ever come to learn of a shooting on March 14th, 2022 at I-20 in Windsor.
Yes.
When did you first learn about that shooting?
I believe somebody from the gang unit that I work with had called and let me know that a shooting had come up in that area.
And once you learned about that information, what, if anything, did you do?
I spoke with investigator Flores, who I believe was the on-call gang investigator for that night.
And did you learn of the individual? Was someone killed at that location?
Yes,
Did you learn of the name or the identity of that individual?
a gentleman by the name of Shamel Drinks.
Now, when you first heard that name, were you familiar with that individual at all?
I was not.
When you first heard that name, did you know at that time if this murder had anything to do with any gangs?
No.
And you say no, why is that?
Just because I did not recognize him, I didn't know him, so I had no reason to believe at that time it was.
After hearing about the shooting at I-20 and Windsor Road, did you look at any social media accounts?
I did the next day,
Why were you looking at social media?
just in conjunction with The Wire. We were always monitoring what was going on just to be abreast of anything we may hear, just so we were aware of what was going on, so we can understand the context of things we were hearing.
And as you were observing social media, did you see anything of note to you as you were perusing social media the next day after the March 14th killing of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
I did.
What, if anything, did you find?
I saw several posts of a gentleman that matched the photo of what I saw of Shamel Drinks at the crime scene being made.
And when you say was being made, who was it being made by?
Members of YFN.
And about how many posts did you see when you were just kind of viewing and observing?
There were numerous posts. I don't think I could put a number on it.
And when you saw those posts, did you ever capture those posts?
I began capturing them just in case they were needed.
You said you captured just in case they were needed.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to approach you. Permission to approach, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 465 BV, 467 BV, and 468 BV. Tell me if you recognize 465, 467, and 468.
I do.
And how do you recognize 465, 467, and 468 BV?
These are three of the social media, of the several social media posts that I captured following the death of Mr. Drinks.
And are those three just some of the examples of what you were seeing being posted on the day after Mr. Drinks passed away?
Yes.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the social media accounts that you observed and that you screenshotted back in March of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 465, 467, and 468 BV into evidence.
And, Your Honor, just confirm that continuing objection, correct?
Permission to publish. Now showing you what's been admitted at 465 VB, is that Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And who is the person posting this picture?
That is a gentleman that goes by the name Kelvin Watts or Shell Kill.
And were you familiar with Shell Cal?
Yes,
Okay. And how were you familiar with Shell Cal?
from past investigations involving both of these groups.
Now I'm going to show you 467 VB. Who is the person? Is that also Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And who is posting that? Who made the post?
It's made by 44 Steve-O, which I know to be Stephen Johnson.
Okay, and I apologize. Going back to 465, what was Shell Kel's Instagram handle?
It's Shell Kel _ Nutlife.
All right. Now back to 467 VB. 44 Steve-O, what's his given name?
Stephen Johnson.
All right. And was he associated with YFN?
Yes.
All right. And next is 468 VB. Who made the post?
The username is going to be YFN Fat 14. That's going to be Sabian Cluster.
And is that the Sabian cluster that we talked about a few moments ago with the back and forth shooting?
It is.
All right. And what was that? What did that post say?
I don't feel right putting that behind your name, Nut, with the broken heart.
Okay. Once you started seeing these posts and examples of these posts, what, if anything, did you do? Did you assist at all with this investigation at that time on March 15th?
I didn't, because when you're the affiant of a wire, it's a lot of things you have to do. You have to manage schedules and people in the room and review all the calls. So I was kind of sidetracked. So I was capturing these, working in the wire room, and then I went home to get some sleep.
Now I'm going to take you to March 16th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to a shooting at 2830 Waters Road?
I did.
And how did you get involved with responding to the shooting at 2830 Waters Road?
One of my partners, either Investigator Dabney or Investigator Flores, called and let me know that there was a shooting at the location.
And let me ask you this. Back in 2022, where were you working?
The Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And was that a common practice that members of the APD gang unit would reach out to you if there was a shooting that they were responding to?
If it was gang related and something that we had been working on, absolutely. I talked to them daily.
And did you respond to that location?
I did.
Sitting here today, do you recall what time you responded to that location?
I want to say I made it out there probably around 2 a.m., I believe.
You said about 2 a.m.?
Around 2 a.m., I believe.
Court $10 for one. Once you got to the house, what, if anything, did you do?
I met with my partner, Investigator Flores, and I spoke with the officers on scene, and they said they had several victims that were separated amongst different cars on scene while they were still sorting out what was going on. And I got the names of the people that were present.
Okay. And were you familiar with any of the individuals who were present?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you know?
I knew Mr. Garlington, of course, because he was one of my wiretap targets that we had running. And I knew Mr. Shannon Stillwell. I know Mr. Stillwell, I think he goes by Jackson also.
Okay. And how long have you known Mr. Garlington?
Probably say since 2014, if not longer.
Right. And how long had you known Mr. Jackson?
2013 or 2012.
All right. When you went out there, did you speak with Mr. Garlington or Mr. Jackson?
I spoke with both.
And were either of them able to provide you any information about what had occurred at their home at the home that night?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That motion.
Did you speak with Mr. Jackson and Stiller that evening?
I did.
Okay. And was he able to provide you any information regarding the shooting that had occurred that night?
Not anything of substance, really.
Was he able to give you any description of what happened that night?
If I remember correctly, he just said, I think when he arrived at the location, people just started shooting, but he didn't know what had happened or why.
And while you met with him, excuse me, when you got to the scene, were there cars in the driveway?
Yes.
And was he able to identify a car that he was driving?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was that?
He said a white Audi.
And did he point out that Audi to you?
I don't know if he pointed it out. I think he may have said like that one over there. And I looked and there was one closest to the street. And there were cars parked in the yard on the right side of the house. And there was a white Audi that was like an Audi sedan closest to the street. There was an Audi SUV and an Audi sedan, and it was the sedan that was parked closer to the street.
And did you ever take pictures of that Audi? Or you were investigator Flores take pictures of that Audi?
One of us did, yes.
And did you take pictures of Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
And what about Mr. Stillwell?
One of us did, yes.
Were you familiar with the individual by the name of Miles Farley?
I had seen him, but I'd never interacted with him before.
Had you seen social media accounts for him?
Yeah, social media accounts, music videos. I'd seen him around with the guys.
Was he present on that morning of March 16, 2022?
He was.
And did you take pictures of him?
One of us, I think Investigator Flores may have.
Now, when you met with or spoke to Mr. Jackson, were they victims of the shooting?
Yes.
At that time, when you met or spoke with Mr. Jackson, Mr. Garlington, did you have any knowledge of who the suspects were in the March 14th murder?
No.
Had you on March 16th talked to Investigator Hogan about his homicide?
No.
Excuse me, was Investigator Hogan the lead detective on the homicide?
Yes.
Of Samel Drinks. When you spoke with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Jackson on March 16th, had you seen any surveillance video from the homicide on March 14th, 2022?
No.
When you met with or spoke with Mr. Jackson, did you have any knowledge of the suspect vehicle as related to that March 14th, 2022 homicide?
No. Other than the victim, I had no knowledge of the circumstances or anything with the investigation.
Did you eventually leave the location at 2830 Waters Road?
I did.
All right. You said this was about 2:00 in the morning.
Somewhere around there.
Did you at some point in time go to Atlanta Police Department on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
What was your purpose of going to the Atlanta Police Department?
I had to return to check on the wire. I got a few hours of sleep, maybe a couple hours of sleep, but I could. I returned to check on the wire room and also stopped by to see Detective Kevin Leonpacker. Stopped by his office to talk to him for a minute.
And would you work with Detective Leon Parker with your investigations?
All the time.
And just as a side note, what types of things would you ask Detective Leon Parker to do with your cases that you were working on?
I would bounce investigative ideas off him sometimes with cases that I had, but also most importantly, if throughout my investigations, I would obtain cell phones through search warrants and things like that, or in evidence, I would bring them to him with a search warrant for him to conduct a forensic extraction of the phones for me.
Now, going back to March 16, did you make it to APD?
Yes,
Okay. When you got there, did you make it to Kevin Leon Parker's desk where he sits?
yes.
Are there any investigators that sit close to him in the office?
Yes,
Is Detective Hogan one of those investigators?
it's Detective Leonpacker, empty cubicle, Detective Hogan.
Once you went to go speak with Detective Leon Parker on March 16, 2022, did you see Detective Hogan?
I did. On my way to his desk, I passed Hogan.
And what happened once you passed him? What happened?
When I walked past Hogan's desk, I said, "Hey, Hogan." I said, "Your victim," I said, "is being posted by some of the YFN guys. Just checking to see what you got. What do you got? Like, what's going on?" And then he said, "Well, I got some surveillance video and some people, but I don't know. I don't know much else."
He said he didn't have much else.
Yeah, he just.
At that point in time, did he show you the surveillance video?
Yeah, I said, "Well, show me what you got. Let me see what you got." And he's pulled. I talked to Kevin for a second. He said, "Come on over," and I looked at the video that he had.
And what video did you look at?
It was video from a gas station that I recognized to be at Fulton and Windsor.
Okay. And what did you see on the surveillance video?
He showed me some individuals that he had identified as his suspects.
Okay. And when you saw the video, what, if anything, did you do?
I immediately recognized Mr. Stillwell from my interaction with him the night before because he was wearing the same clothes. And I recognized Mr. Farley on the video.
And you said the night before, were you at the office on March 16th as well?
Sorry, it was the same day. It was 2 a.m., sleep for a few hours, went to the office and met with them. So it was the same day.
And when you watched the surveillance video, was this surveillance video from March 14, 2022?
Yes.
And you had but earlier that morning had seen Mr. Jackson or Stillwell Jackson in the same clothes that you saw him in on the video.
Correct.
Right. And then you said you also recognized Miles Farley on the video.
Correct.
All right. Once you recognized both Mr. Farley and Mr. Stillwell, what, if anything, did you do?
There was a third individual in the video that I knew to associate with them, but I didn't know his name. So I told investigator Hogan he may want to get with somebody else to get a name on that person. And then he showed me the vehicle associated with his case.
And did he show you the vehicle from the surveillance video or something else?
I believe it was a surveillance video.
And what, if anything, did you do when you saw the vehicle, his suspect vehicle?
I recognized it as the white Audi with the Maryland tags from the home at Waters Road that I'd seen hours prior.
Now, you said that you did not recognize the third individual in the surveillance video, and you directed Hogan to speak with someone else. Did you direct him to speak with anyone specifically?
Well, I recognized him by face. Just a name, I didn't have a name. So I think Investigator Belknap was either in the homicide office or he was upstairs, and I called either him to come to the desk or come downstairs to help Hogan.
And let me ask you this. I want to go back to March 16, 2022. When you spoke with Mr. Jackson about what happened that night, how did the conversation come up about what vehicle was his? Do you recall?
I believe that was prompted by when he said I just got here and they started shooting, or something like that. I just got here and they started shooting, or I pulled up and they started shooting. So I said, well, what vehicle were you in? I think that's what prompted that question.
And when you spoke with Mr. Jackson on March 16th, did he ever speak with you about where he was in the days prior to you seeing him on Waters Road?
No.
While you were meeting with, or not meeting with, but speaking with Mr. Jackson, did you ever speak with him about the homicide that had occurred on March 15th at I-20 and Windsor Road?
No.
Now, going back to later in the day when you were at APD, at any point after speaking with Hogan, did you take any steps to continue assisting him in his investigation?
I went upstairs and reviewed the wiretap data for that time.
And when you say that time, what time are you referencing?
The time that would encompass his homicide taking place.
And did you find any calls around the time of when the homicide took place?
I did.
And we'll come back to that. Once you went upstairs and reviewed and went to the wiretap room and kind of reviewed those calls, what, if anything, did you do next?
I think I just continued to let him know that I was available if he needed anything from our end, but
Did you ever come to take out a search warrant for the home at 2830 Waters Road?
oh, yes, when I was reviewing the calls, now that would be reviewing the calls for the night before. When I responded out at 2 a.m., I began to review those calls from that incident and learned some information that led me to obtain a Fulton County search warrant for the location at Waters Road.
And so let me understand clearly, you heard some information on the wiretap.
Correct.
And was that information on the wiretap from March 16th?
Correct. The time that we responded out there and I encountered Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell.
And based upon what you heard on the wiretap, you then went and applied for a search warrant at Waters Road.
Correct.
Now, let me ask you this. When you got on the scene at Waters Road, did you go inside of the house on March 16th?
I may have peeked inside the house. I can't remember, but I don't think we didn't search it or anything.
And was there any reason why you did not search the home on March 16th when you responded?
They were victims at that time. I didn't have probable cause in my eyes to obtain a search warrant for the location.
All right. Now, were you able to obtain the search warrant to search the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
And did you all search the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
And did you have assistance from the Atlanta Police Department to execute that search warrant on March 17, 2022?
The gang unit in conjunction with the SWAT team, Detective Leon Packer came out to help. There's a bunch of people helping out.
Your Honor, permission to approach. You.
We all think this would be a good time for a bathroom break. So let's take a restroom break. We'll be back in a few. No problem.
So I think we left off that you went to Waters Road and you went to the search there.
Correct.
When you got to Waters Road on March 17th, 2022, did it look the same way that it looked when you were there on March 16th, 2022 around 12 a.m.?
You're talking about,
Cause some speculation.
When you were at the house on March 16th, 2022.
yes,
When you went on March 17th, 2022, did the house look the same on March 17th than it did on March 16th?
I'm going to overrule that. I mean, go ahead. You can answer.
are you talking about before or after entry was made?
After entry was made.
It's not a particularly clear question. That may be the problem.
On March 16th, when you went to the house, did it have TVs and video surveillance systems inside?
Calls for speculation based on the prior testimony.
Did
Are you
okay.
talking about the interior?
Yes, when you went on March 16th, did you see video surveillance inside of the house? On March 16th, when you responded and spoke to Mr. Jackson.
I watched body camera and I was able to see through the front.
Okay.
Hang on.
When you saw the house, did you
Did you go?
inside the house?
As it is the next.
But if the front, with the front door open, you could see from the front yard, there was a large monitor with
That's
feeds running.
okay. So
Did you personally observe?
Yes, Your Honor.
let me go back. When you got to the house on March 16th, were you able to see inside of the home?
Yes, from the front, the door was open. Yes, I could see into the house.
And when you saw inside of the house, were you able to see television and video surveillance systems?
Yes,
When you went on March 17th, 2022, and after the search warrant, y'all made entry into the home, was that same surveillance camera system still at the house? Was it still there?
it had been removed.
Okay. When you got there on March 17th, 2022, were all of the cars that were present on March 16th, 2022 at the location?
No, I believe 3 were left at the location.
And on March 17th, 2022, did Detective Liam Parker video the search warrant and the contents that were recovered from the search warrant?
Yes, to assist me, he helped with videoing it.
Okay. And were you present during the execution of that search warrant?
I was.
All right. Now, as a part of your investigation, and let me ask you this, did you, between March 11th and March 17th, were you still observing and monitoring social media during this period of time?
I was.
And was that in conjunction with also listening to the wiretap?
Yes.
And why were you still observing and monitoring social media?
Because when you're in the midst of an investigation, you never know towards the end what may be relevant at a later time. So I was making sure to get the full picture of everything, better to have and not need, the need and not have. So I like to kind of make sure everything is together, because you might get to the end of an investigation, something that seems so small is huge. So I was making sure to capture as much as I could.
And when you were going on social media, were you going on individual public accounts?
Yes.
And during the course, I want to start with just initially, were you able to find social media posts of Shell Kell, his account?
Yes.
Okay. And did he have pictures of himself with Rayshawn Bennett or YFN Lucci?
Yes.
And on his account, did he also have pictures of himself with Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
No, approach the witness. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 440 BV and 454 BV. Tell me if you recognize 440 BV and 454 BV.
I do.
How do you recognize 440 BV and 454 BV?
See, these are some of the posts that I collected during March of 2022.
And is that a fair, accurate depiction of posts made by Shell Kel _Nutlife?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 440 BV and 454 BV into evidence.
Admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
And looking at 440 VV, there's a post date of December 1st, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, when did you capture the image?
Should have been sometime in March.
And who is depicted in the picture?
That is Kelvin Watts in the white T-shirt, and it's Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, who's shirtless.
And sitting here, do you know the area where this picture is taken?
That appears to be the Trestle Tree Apartments.
And are you familiar with Trestle Tree Apartments?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Trestle Tree?
That's an area favored by the YFN Criminal Street Gang.
Okay. Now looking at 454 BB. And looking at 454 VV, did you also capture this in March of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And who is in this picture?
That's Kelvin Watts in the camouflage jacket, and that's going to be Donovan Thomas with the varsity jacket on.
All right. And again, is this on Shell Kel's Instagram page?
Yes, this was on his story.
In the same way, did you also have the occasion to capture pictures with Darius Bigford as well as Christian McMain Miller with individuals associated with YSL?
Yes,
And did you capture those pictures as well?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 441 BV, 442 BV, 443 BV, and 451 BV. Take a moment, tell me if you recognize those images.
Yes, I did.
How do you recognize them?
These are also photos that I captured during March of 2022.
Okay. And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you captured while observing those public Instagram posts?
Yes.
You're on this time the state would like to admit 441 BV, 442 VV, 443 BV, and 451 BV into evidence.
441 through 443 and then 451 BV.
Yes, Your Honor.
Those are admitted.
Thank you. And permission to publish.
You may.
Now, looking at 441 VV, What Instagram post, what Instagram handle is this?
The username is going to be real1_FR.
And do you know who that Instagram account is associated with?
That account is going to belong to Darius Ford.
And when was this originally posted?
October 13th of 2021.
And again, did you screen grab this though in March of 2022?
I did.
Right. And who is, do you recognize anyone inside the picture?
The gentleman with the orange hat is going to be Darius Ford. And then the gentleman next to him in the white shirt is going to be Jeffrey Williams.
All right. Next, going to 442 VV. Is that posted again from Mr. Ford's account?
It is
And what is the date of this Instagram post?
February 17th of 2021.
And again, is that Mr. Williams depicted in this photo with Mr. Ford?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 443 VV. Are you familiar with this Instagram handle?
I am.
And what is the Instagram handle?
It's would normally say Ocean Drive Slim, but the C has been replaced with a 5.
And when is the original date of this post?
March 29th, 2019.
And are you familiar with the individual depicted in the post?
I am.
And who's depicted in the post?
Christian McMiller in the green hoodie, Jeffrey Williams in the yellow, and 21 Savager, Mr. Shaya Joseph is in the white hoodie.
Okay. And are there any just emojis on this photo?
There's a green snake and a dagger emoji in the caption, and it says 4L.
All right. Next, looking at 451 VV. And is this also another post by the account belonging to Mr. McMiller?
Yes.
And do you recognize any of the individuals inside of the picture?
I see Mr. McMiller in the blue hat with the orange hoodie. Looking at the back of Mr. Garlington with the blue hat with the white writing. I see Mr. Quantavious Greer. He also goes by Umfunk. And then I see Mr. Sumlin standing up with the white tank top with the white hoodie.
Now, while you were looking at social media, after the death of Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford, did you see any social media accounts with anyone associated with YSL regarding the death of Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford?
Yes, multiple accounts.
And did you screen grab those in the same way?
I did.
It's going to be 4. Permission to approach again, Your Honor?
May.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 447 through 450 BB, then 452 to 453 BB, and then 463 BB. Take a moment and look at those.
Okay,
And do you recognize those images?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
There are additional social media images I pulled during March of 2022.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you captured back in March of 2022?
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 447 to 450 VV, 452 through 453 VV, and then 463 VV into evidence.
For 47 to 50, say them again for me.
Sure.
I was writing, but I think I got it wrong.
447 VV through 450 VV.
Yeah.
then 452 VV
Okay.
through 453 VV, and then last is going to be 463 VV.
All right, thank you.
Thank
But I
you.
did get it wrong, so those are admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Now, showing you what's been marked as 447 VV. Is this, whose Instagram post is this, excuse me?
That's going to be the account associated with Mr. Garlington.
And the picture in the account, does that appear to look similar to the location of where the picture that we just looked at was, the date, given the clothing, what Mr. McMiller is wearing?
It appears so.
And going to the next, 448 VV. Looking at 448 VV, are you familiar with the Instagram handle Bentley BZ4L?
I am.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That's the Instagram account associated with Christian Eppinger.
All right. And again, is this another post of Christian Eppinger, or a post of Christian Eppinger posting both? Is that Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford in that picture?
Correct.
All right. Going to 449 VV. Are you familiar with the Instagram handle OOG_Tunk?
I am.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That's a social media account associated with the gentleman named Antonio Sledge.
And what is depicted on the post that he posted?
Again, that will be Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Going to go to 450 VV. Is this another picture, or excuse me, another image by Mr. Garlington?
It is.
All right. Next, 452 VV. Are you familiar with the Instagram account OG.BOOL_?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that Instagram account?
That's the social media account associated with Shannon Stillwell.
And is this a post that was posted on that account?
It was.
And what does it say?
Just rest, Mac. I got you, man.
And are there emojis?
There are
What are the emojis?
a crying face, a broken heart, a bandaged chart, and the devil emoji.
All right. Next, going to 453 VV.
That is a post of Mr. Stillwell with Mr. Ford.
And is there an emoji on that post as well?
Yes, the bandaged chart and the sad crying emoji.
All right. And the last 463 VV.
That's again a post from Mr. Stillwell's account.
And while we're getting that one to publish, and during this time, were you, again, listening to the wiretap in this kind of around March 11th of 2023? Excuse me, 2022.
I'm probably doing about 12 to 16 hours a day in the wire room.
And in preparation for trial, have you had opportunity to listen to some of those calls?
I have.
And now we have 463 VV. Is this a post from the account belonging to Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. And what does the post say?
I can hear Mac now still playing goddamn big. We let them suckers get us shit. Where the fuck boo at? I'm sorry. That's what TF means, in case y'all didn't know. Boo at, and then it says, damn Mac, I miss you. I miss your ass preaching when I be on the bullshit.
All right.
And boo would be a reference to Quentin Porter.
Now, going to some of the wiretaps that were, I want to direct you to March 2022 at 10:05 p.m. And is this with the wiretap? What was the phone number? Do you recall now the phone number associated with Mr. Robinson? Or the last 4 digits?
I can't, I know Mr. Sumlin's ended in, I think 8711, and I just knew the other one was Mr. Garlington.
I want to direct your attention to March 11th, 2022 at 10:05 p.m. from 27 seconds to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Let me ask you this. Hold on. Excuse me. After Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford were killed, were there Instagram posts disrespecting both Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford?
There were several.
And did you capture those those Instagram posts that were being posted?
Yes,
Right. And why did you capture those?
just because of how inflammatory they were. I knew that they were going to be important because they were very, very disrespectful and inflammatory.
And have you had the opportunity to look at some of those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
And with social media, if posts are inflammatory, in your experience as a gang investigator, does that flame any potential beef or anything that may occur?
Absolutely.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 456 VV, 457 VV, and 462 VV. Do you recognize those pictures?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
2 are going to be from like fake accounts that were made to troll people in the wake of their death. And 1 is from an individual that I know from working in Atlanta.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you grabbed again in March of 2022?
Yes.
You're right. This time the state would like to admit 456 VV, 457 VV, and 462 VV intact.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
Yeah.
Now, looking at this exhibit, is this one of the fake Instagram accounts that you were referencing?
That's one of the ones that we couldn't identify who it belonged to, but it was very, very vocal about the disrespect.
Okay. And what does the post say?
New op pack just came in.
And in your experience as a gang investigator, have you heard the term op?
I have.
Okay. And what is your understanding of op?
It's short for opposition or rival.
And do you know, sitting here today, what day you screenshotted this particular post?
It would have been in the days immediately after the death of Mr. McMillan, and Mr. Ford.
And we're looking at a document with the screen grabs, help refresh your memory as to the dates of when you captured this post.
It would.
Mhm. And do you have a copy of this document here to help refresh your memory?
I do.
All right. If you would take that out, look at it as soon as your memory's refreshed, just look up and let me know.
That would be March 11th, around 11:30 p.m.
And about what time did Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford pass away?
It was maybe several hours prior to that. So they got killed at 3 a.m. on March 11th, go through the day, and then that night at 11:30 p.m. this got posted.
We'll go to the next post. Now, looking at say at 457 BB, are you familiar with the Instagram handle 1ABG underscore Big Nick underscore?
Yes,
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
I'm familiar with this individual. His name is Nicholas Johnson.
And does he have a nickname?
Usually it's Fat Nick or Big Nick, depending on what he changes his handle to. But he's a YFN member.
And why was this, what if any significance did this post have?
This was also posted several hours after Mr. Ford and Mr. McMillan had been killed, and he posted a song on top of him, just moving around, saying, and the song was entitled "Slime and Chalk," which is referring to, like typically in the old crime scenes where they'd outline the body in chalk. So this was inflammatory in that nature. He's posting this kind of, just making sure everybody saw it.
And when was this, when did you capture this post?
The capture time reads 3 hours ago. So if I can refer to the sheet just to get the posting time.
Yes.
It was posted at 11:20 p.m. that day, following the murders. So it means that it was captured. It was captured at 11:20 p.m., which means 8:20 p.m. it was posted.
Go to the next exhibit. And while that's pulling up, have you ever heard of the term smoking an op pack?
I have.
Okay. What is your understanding when you've heard that terminology?
An op pack is a play on words, like when you talk about a pack of loud or like marijuana or drugs. So now when they come in, they'll say, we're smoking on this person that's dead. It's just another way of disrespecting the opposition when they get killed. So saying a new op pack just came in, they're smoking on these people. It's very, very common among gang language, especially when there's a murder that takes place.
And now looking at 462 VB, Joey underscore Hurst 24, was that an actual page or was that a trolling page?
That was a page that was trolling pretty.
Sustained.
Okay. Were you familiar with that page?
I was not.
Okay. Were you familiar with anyone being associated with that page?
I was not.
Sitting here, do you recall what the picture that's in the caption, what that said?
With the picture itself? Or
No, not
the profile
the
picture?
profile picture.
I can't see. It seems like a drawing or something of some sort.
And again, was this an example of some of the inflammatory posts that you were seeing that you captured?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that. Now, I want to go back to the Wiretap call. Permission to publish.
You may.
For the record, again, it's going to be 27 seconds and 3:38.
Christian ain't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
that shit, that was crazy, boy.
Man, I was just going through what I'm calling when I had them posts. He told man, tell Corey, I said, welcome home. I told you that.
Yeah, that why I got that. I'm like, man, that shit, that just too crazy.
But that's a fool. Boy, I'm like, damn, boy.
They hit him more though, nigga.
I don't know. See, I think he the one that got shot in the head. I don't, like, everybody been said he had died first. Like, that's what they were saying at first. They were just like, bro was in critical condition for a minute.
I heard
But
he got hit in the head.
Yeah, but Roger had and got down told me what happened to him. He had done DM me like, man, bro just died too. So we just turn on the video chat shit. But he was like, it came from, Roger said it came from Summerhill, but Quay just said they got into it with when they was at Chit Chat, they got into it with them henchmen niggas.
Who nigga?
Man, I think them niggas, all I rent them folk, man. You know, on for me going back and forth, they gonna answer. Last
All I rent?
No, not him, but like his little young nigga.
Oh yeah, I heard that little Hitchman shit.
Yeah, Quay say when B Slime just had the show, on for him, B Slime them got down, rushed to the car to get the file, some shit they hadn't got into it.
Yeah, that's crazy right now.
My cousin just called him, so he know what he told me to pull up. He got down, he know what happened.
Yeah.
I'm finna pull up and got down, see what the hell going on.
So what the hell he was coming from the car?
Yeah, man, it went look core, man.
Oh yeah, so I thought he went to traffic or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought, cause everybody going to traffic. I be telling that nigga let go to traffic. But I ain't even saying that to him last night, saying to put his clothes on.
Lose their mom up by 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
Like somebody got shot in the car. But they ain't really showing that.
Yeah.
I get on Instagram by 6, 7, like maybe by 7, 8 of them somebody. I'm like, damn, that way the war.
Hey, yeah. Man, I ain't know that, man. Them folks blowing my phone up.
You know what I said? Them folks were on. Them folks, they ain't see none of them niggas in the car.
Nah,
Like,
man. Yeah, it was just them two, I think. I don't know, but I ain't heard nothing, bro. I ain't called nobody.
Man, that nigga running, man. What the hell wrong with this nigga, man? That nigga walk so goddamn fast.
I ain't talking nobody but Ed B.
Oh, Ed B.
Yeah, you know he on though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Ed B just laying low.
Nah, he with his folk.
Okay. That girl in charge is tripping, man. I called his phone, somebody, this ain't his number. Yeah.
For real.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
We started playing at 3:37. Want to ask you a few questions about that call before the next call. Were you familiar with Demekion Garlington's voice?
Yes.
Okay. And was Demekion Garlington one of the individuals on the phone call?
Yes.
Right. During the call, you heard them talk about umfunk. Is that the same umfunk that you talked about earlier in the pictures?
Yes.
All right. Did you hear them speak about umfunk getting into it with the henchman?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the henchman?
I am.
How?
I have worked some investigations and spoken in person with their leader of that gang.
Okay. And with the henchmen, do they have any alliances?
They do.
And what's one of their alliances?
YFN.
All right. Now, you heard them talk about they were coming from Lacora. Are you familiar with Lacora?
I am.
Okay. What is Lacora?
It's a nightclub lounge on Metropolitan Parkway here in Atlanta.
And through your investigation of working the Christian McMiller, Darius Ford homicide, are you familiar if there was an event at Lacora on the night before they passed away?
There was.
And based on your investigation, were Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford at that location prior to their death?
Yes.
Now, there came a point in the portion of the audio that we listened to where the sound went down. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that an example of the minimization that you were referencing earlier? That if it's something that isn't about criminal activity, it will be minimized and then you will pick the call back up?
Yes.
In listening to that call, do you know who Mr. Garland was speaking to?
Yes.
Okay, who?
It's a gentleman that goes by the name Dwoskin Wright. I know him as Watt.
You said
Watt, W-O-T.
that's his nickname?
Yeah.
Okay. And how are you familiar with Mr. Wright?
Early on in my career, I did a good bit of work on the 30 Deep Criminal Street Gang, and he's a member of that gang.
And did you hear them mention SB on this call?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with that nickname?
Yes.
And who is that nickname associated with?
Mr. Shannon Stillwell.
All right. I want to publish our next call, which is on March 12th, 22 at 12:49 p.m. from 00 to 1:12 p.m. I mean, 00 to 1:12 minutes.
Yo,
What the hell you got going on?
shit, you got up?
Hey, anybody asked, we went and looked like Trump in the midnight. Anybody just said we went and looked for that motherfucker. We couldn't find it.
Okay.
Don't tell nobody.
Yeah, I know. Well, what are you at?
Leaving the room.
Leaving the room.
Yeah.
What you figure?
Huh?
What you feel you gonna do?
Shit, same old shit.
Same shit.
Same shit.
I'm saying, what are you
Trump told me he gonna come pick me up. Shit, that was going.
Yeah. Yeah.
Think to my me, him, and Rodlow. I said, man, Rodlow ain't getting no cold.
Yeah.
I tried that shit yesterday with a nigga on goddamn no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
We want to stop at 1:11 p.m. Again, is that Mr. Garlington on the call?
Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize the voice of who he is speaking to?
That would be Mr. Stillwell.
Right. And in that call, the Mr. Stillwell said, don't tell anyone we went to go looking.
Yes.
Okay. Or we went to go looking, don't tell anyone.
It sounds like that's kind of hard to hear, but that's what it appears to sound like.
Okay. And they mentioned on that call, did you hear the reference to Big Nick?
I did.
All right. And are you familiar with that name?
I am.
Is that the same Big Nick, to your understanding, if Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell are talking, do you know which Big Nick they could be referencing?
They would be referencing Nicholas Carter.
Okay. How are you familiar with Nicholas Carter?
I know Nicholas Carter to be an older member of the gang associated with 2830 Waters Road.
And you said an older member of the gang?
Correct.
Which gang?
YSL.
And you said you know him to be associated with 2830 Waters Road.
Correct.
To your knowledge, how's he associated with 2830 Waters Road?
I remember him being arrested at that location during a narcotic search warrant back in 2014.
And again, he is different from Fat Nick, who we just talked about earlier, also who calls himself Big Nick, who's with YFN.
Correct.
Next, we're going to publish March 13th, 2022 at 1:23 a.m. from 4:40 into the call until the end.
Yeah, for real now, right?
Bro, D, is you sad about Matt Payne for real?
Man, on DB on Saturday, bro.
I know.
That's why they had to come drink, bro.
That's why I said I ain't called you. Dad said, "You okay?" I said, "I text. I ain't want to call him." He said, "Yeah, he ain't answer. I called him."
Yeah, that fucked up. That shit got me hurt, bro. I fucked with bro.
Yeah, that shit put me on. So I know dude sad about it.
Hell yeah, man.
Damn, big puppy little shit too.
I know it, bro. Damn.
That shit crazy. That part said they had like 45 gun shells out there.
Huh? 45 gun
Yep.
shell?
Yeah.
Just know, Cash, we gonna get some get back. We gotta get.
D, you better show that down somewhere.
I am, but still, bro. I am gonna sit down. Listen, I'm gonna sit down, bro. But
You better sit your ass down somewhere, baby.
I am, but bro, nigga think this shit the game out here playing.
Mm-mm.
For real, bro. Like, I already going through some shit before that. Like, it like all type of trying. They got money on my head, bro. Like, and I still just be going places. You see, I don't be worried about shit, bro. Cause I be prepared. I be prepared for shit. If a nigga pay with me, that they know that shit ain't gonna be easy.
Oh, baby.
I just got to a shootout early.
Why the fuck you get into a shootout, D?
Because it was a car looking strange. And don't say that gun there.
Why would you? Oh my god.
Because the car, they were 3 deep with hoods on, so I had to shoot it. I don't know. On the day, it was the car. The day on Cleveland. On Cleveland, it was a car. I know it, bro. Yeah, you do.
D, you need to,
Yeah. Yeah, you right. Yeah. That had them niggas follow me. That how they follow me from Pico. Yeah, I would have hung. Mm-hmm. That's what you doing up at 131. Yeah, phone. I just talked the phone. I talked to him. I told him for the call. He just said, you know what we on every day. Hello. What you doing up at 131?
Right, we're going to pause it at 7 minutes and 30 seconds into the call. Do you know who Mr. Brown was speaking with?
Without seeing the phone number, it's hard to, or a name from the line sheet, it would be hard to tell.
Okay. Did you hear when Mr. Garland said on DB and then he kind of explained something?
Yes,
Okay. Are you familiar with or have you heard that initial DB?
I have.
Okay. And what do you understand or DB, those initials to mean?
They're referencing Derek Benning. He's one of their fellow gang members that was killed years ago.
And earlier when we talked about kind of the timeline after March 11th, there was a shooting on Cleveland Avenue. And you heard it on the wiretap. Was this the call that you were referencing?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was there any police report associated with any shots fired around March 12th, 2022?
Yes.
All right. I'm now going to publish March 13th, 2022 at 5:49 p.m. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think they did that like right there on the scene. That man, he was in critical condition, probably like for few hours. He had got shot in the head. I think he was at brain dead or something. I don't know where, but wow, that shit, yeah, bro. Oh God, I don't know. They said nigga killed or murdered. Just made a little song that somebody sent me that. He just made the song. They sent me that. I don't know. They trying to act like they did it. Yeah. Yeah, got some more niggas claim that shit. And they don't even know them though, but they be okay.
Hey, who?
Be okay. The nigga who claim.
I'm going to pause at 3:10. Now, in that particular portion, did you hear Demikion Garlington speak of someone making a song?
Yes, Kel Omerta.
Say that again.
Kel Omerta.
And are you familiar with that name, Kello Murder?
I am.
How are you familiar with that name?
That is Markel Wright. He's a member of the PFK criminal street gang.
And Markel, right, does PFK have any alliances?
They do.
And is YFN one of their alliances?
It is.
Now, in doing your work, we spoke earlier today about music and gang investigations. In your experience, have you found with gangs that there are times that gang members do music?
Yes.
And have you found in your experience that sometimes gang members use music to promote their gangs?
Yes, often.
And in here, when Mr. Garlington is saying, you know, what did you say his name was? Kello Murder?
Yes.
Okay. Made a song. Was that something uncommon to you as a gang investigator of an opposition making a song about a potential death or bragging about a potential death?
No, they do it often.
And did you hear when Mr. Garlington said some other dudes might be claiming it as well?
Yes.
Did you see any social media posts throughout your investigation or while you were looking at social media of different groups claiming to have done the murder of Mr. Ford and Mr. McMillan?
Not really. It was mostly YFN and then pages that were trolling, like pages that were just popping up out of nowhere, trolling.
I want to next publish March 13th, 2022 at 6:41 p.m. From 00 to 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
Hello.
What's up?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, man?
What the hell going on?
Oh shit, I just got a phone with you, baby.
What you talking
Huh?
about? What you talking about?
Oh shit, I was just, he was asking what happened.
What happened?
They saying different shit. Just different shit.
Which one makes sense to you?
Huh?
Which one makes sense to you?
You said which one what?
Makes sense to you?
Which one makes sense?
Yeah.
I'm tell the kid. I'm tell the kid. I don't want to, on these phone shit. They be recording, making
Nah,
make
you
sense.
ain't gotta say much. You ain't gotta say much.
Yeah. I thought
I just wanna know.
yeah. I already know. I'm tell her. I'm tell her what they said. What the streets saying. Like they send it. They just send. Huh?
Keep going. What you saying? Did you what?
Nah, they keep sending different. They keep sending different pictures. They got now. The nigga who claimed it, the nigga who out on Instagram claiming it, don't nobody even know him. Yeah, he say he supposed to be PLK or some shit. I seen on phone last night. We ain't even got down. We ain't even really just talk like that. Everybody was leaving. I had one out there. 21 now. Little Chip had an all black party. I had that one out there. Like, I'm walking out, seeing funk at the door. I'm like, shit, what's going on? Shit, you know what? You know what we on? I'm like, I'm finna call you. Yeah.
And it's ending right there. Were you familiar with the person that Mr. Garnes was speaking to?
From the voice, it sounds like Kenneth Copeland.
And had you yourself had discussions or conversations with Mr. Copeland throughout the course of your career?
Multiple, yes.
Okay. Now, back in 2022, do you know if Mr. Copeland was incarcerated?
I believe he was.
Are you aware of the relationship between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
How are you aware of that relationship?
They were good friends.
And to your knowledge, in 2022, were they good friends?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. In 2015, were they good friends?
I believe so, yes.
And is Shannon Jackson a part of that friend group between Mr. Copeland, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Jackson, to your knowledge?
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, between March 11th and March 14th, 2022, did you see any members or individuals associated or friends with Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford making posts that appeared to be in response to some of the offensive YSL posts?
Yes.
And did you capture those posts?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to view those posts in preparation for your trial?
Yes.
I mean, for your trial, for this trial. All right, permission to approach, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 464 VV, 455 VV, 446 VV, 475 VV, and 458 VV. Tell me if you recognize those. 464 VV, 445 VV, 446 VV, 475 VV, and 458 VV. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
Those are some of the posts that were captured during March, or I know one was definitively March 2022. I'd need to refer to check the others.
And do they appear to be fair and accurate depiction of the images that you captured in March of 2022?
Yes.
You're on this time, and I'll try to do it in order.
Thank you.
The state would like to admit 445 VV, 446 VV, 458 VV, 464 VV, and 475 VV.
Okay. I had thought I heard 454 at one point. That's not one of them.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. 446, 445, 446, 458, 464, 475.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's repetitive.
Thank you. And permission to publish.
Ma'am.
We're going to start with 464 VV. And looking at your chart, will it refresh your memory as to when you screen grabbed this post?
The capture time was March 13th at 5:47 p.m. and the photo says 2 minutes prior to that.
And is this on Instagram? Is this what is called an Instagram story?
Correct.
Okay. And our Instagram stories only in existence for 24 hours?
Correct. They're posted to your profile. They don't go to your main profile. They go to a separate section. They're up for 24 hours, or if you want to delete it before that. And with that post, you can actually take a look and see who's viewed the story.
And are you familiar with the Instagram handle?
I am.
And what is the Instagram handle?
_the world. TV world, I'm sorry.
And who is your understanding of whose Instagram post that is?
Javon Fleetwood.
And is that the same Javon Fleetwood we spoke of earlier regarding the shooting in May of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. The same individual with the YSL tattoo on his face?
Yes.
Okay. What does the caption say?
F, middle finger emoji, being safe, you got to stay dangerous.
Now looking at 445 VV. Looking at 445 VV, who's the poster of the post, or what Instagram account posting it?
That would be the account associated with Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell.
And do you know what is the date of this post?
Is it okay to refer to the chart?
Yes.
The date would be March 9th at 9:48 p.m. But it was captured 7 hours prior, so it would be like 2 in the afternoon.
Just speak up.
Sorry. It was, the capture date is March 9th at 9:48 p.m., but the post said 7 hours ago, so that would be around 2:48.
And it,
March 9th.
and is that before Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford were killed?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at State's Exhibit 446 VV. And is that from that same account associated with Mr. Stillwell Jackson?
It is.
Okay. And what does the post say?
That racial expletive, y'all scared of me.
And is there an emoji?
The 100 emoji and like the strong, like it's for real. Like it's
And what is the date of that post?
March 9th at 9:48 p.m. It's captured 3 hours prior. So it was posted around 6:48 p.m.
And was that the same day as the post we just observed?
It was.
All right. Now I want to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 458 VV. And looking at State's Exhibit 458 VV, is that also posted from the same Instagram account associated with Mr. Stillwell? Mr. Stillwell,
Yes.
right? And what does the caption say?
Ain't gonna be the only one crying.
And when was the date and time of this post?
That was on March 11th, around 11:23 p.m.
And on March 11th, around 11:23 p.m., was that around the same time or approximate time that 12 Atlanta was shot up?
About 2 hours after.
And is that the shooting in which a YFN associate was shot in the head?
Yes.
Now, during the course of this time, did you hear when Mr. Garlington on the last call said that there were people claiming to have done it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any posts that piqued your interest of anyone that could be interpreted as claiming to have done the killing of Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation, could be true.
Did you find any, and I'll rephrase, Your Honor, did you find any posts of note to you as a part of your investigation regarding Mr. Kelvin Watts?
I did.
Okay. And that post, what was of note to you in that post?
There were several. Can you refer to the specific post?
Sure. Did you find a post of Mr. Shelkel reposting a picture with Mr. Drinks, Mr. Jasper Walter, and himself?
I did.
Okay. And first, when was that picture captured by you?
It was captured on March 12th at 7:24 a.m.
And why was that picture of note to you?
because of the emojis and the captions and the people present in the photo.
And have you had an opportunity to see that post today?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 460 VV. Tell me if you recognize 460 VV.
I do.
And is that the post that we were just referencing?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of the screen grab that you grabbed on in March of 2022?
Yes.
It's okay.
I know what you're saying.
Okay. You know, this time the state would like to admit 460 BV.
Admit it. Meh.
Now, who is the original poster of the picture?
The original poster would be Mr. Shamel Drinks.
And is that who had the no-love_nut Instagram handle?
Yes.
Okay. Who is in this picture?
Sitting down with the black coat and the red sneakers will be Mr. Shamel Drinks.
And if you can,
Sure. Right here, you'll see this is Shamel Drinks right here. The gentleman in the blue jacket with the black on is going to be a gentleman that goes by the name Jasper Walters. He's a YFN member. He also goes by Lil Man. And then in the all black, you're going to have Mr. Kelvin Watts or Shell Kel.
and did Shellkel_Nutlife, the account associated with Kelvin Watts, repost that picture?
He did.
All right. Now there's some words on the picture. First of all, what do the words say? Well, or you can read that whole caption.
Yeah, they say, I'm with ya. And he tags Shell Kel Nutlife and Summerhill Lil Man. Hashtag LLN, hashtag Mafia.
And is there a emoji at the end of Mafia?
The bird or the eagle or the bird emoji.
And is there a emoji, exclamation emoji, and a 100 emoji?
Yes.
Okay. Now, for Instagram, that I'm with you, exclamation 100 at Shellkel Nutlife at Summerhill.Lilman. Was that caption on the original post by the account associated with Mr. Drinks?
Correct.
All right. And then when it's reposted, do you see some other emojis?
I do.
What are the other emojis?
There are 2 shell emojis, the zipper over the mouth emoji, and then you're going to have a black heart.
Okay. And those emojis, is that from the original post, or is that from what Mr. Kelvin Watts posted when that account posted? And can you tell?
Yes. So it's not from the original post, and you can tell because it's outside the boundary of the original post. It's like kind of overlaid on top of it.
And were those emojis of any significance to you as a gang investigator?
After March 11th, yes.
Why was it significant to you after March 11th?
Because Mr. Walters and Mr. Watts have been very vocal about the deaths of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford. So the 2 shells and the zipper emoji were sort of telling.
Okay. And once you saw, and that's Mr. Kelvin Watts posting that?
Correct.
All right. After seeing this post, and when did you capture this post?
I believe it was March 12th around 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m.
Okay.
And it had been posted 6 hours prior. So 1 a.m. on March 12th was when it would have been posted.
All right. Now I want to play for you some additional wiretap calls, but let me ask you this. So let's fast forward to March 14th, 2022.
Somebody all right? Anybody need a break? No, y'all are soldiering on. All right, thank you.
I may take you up on that offer in about 10 minutes. On March 14th, 2022, did you at some point have the occasion to listen to any wiretap calls that were around March 14th, 2022 at about 9-something p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do you remember when did you listen to those calls? Did you listen to them on March 14th or sometime afterwards?
I believe sometime afterwards.
Okay. And did you find anything of note to you regarding the calls on March 14th, 2022?
The people that were speaking and some of the conversation that was being had.
Okay. Now, when you listened to these calls, at that time, were you aware of the murder of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
No,
So you listened to the call before you were aware of Mr. Drinks' murder?
I just don't know what call you're referring. I don't know. Which
On
one.
March 4th, the calls that on the wiretap that were on March 14th, 2022, around 9:45 p.m.
I could have, because like I said, I have to go in and review all the calls, but sometimes we're a little behind on that. So you have monitors in there constantly, and then I'll go back on the back end and review and check them. I can't tell you. I don't believe I listened to them originally, but I did go back and review.
After learning of the death of Mr. Drinks, did those calls become of more note to you after learning about Mr. Drinks' murder, specifically the calls around 9:45 p.m. on March 14, 2022?
Yes,
And why did it become of note to you at that point?
because those would have been the calls at or around the time the murder was taking place.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
You may.
And I want to direct your attention to March 14th, 2022 at around 9:59 p.m. Commissioner Publisher.
You may.
And before we actually publish it, with the wiretap information, does the wiretap content include location data?
It does.
And so are you able to see on the documentation with the wiretap where a phone call is when that phone call is being placed?
The majority of the time, it's not always foolproof. Sometimes the location will blank out. You won't have a location, but typically you can click on the map icon and it will show you where the person whose phone calls are being intercepted is at that time. It'll give you an approximate location of what tower they're at, and it will show you an approximate radius of how close they are to that location.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, what the hell y'all pulled off? Nah, call me on video. Hurry up. Call me on video. Call me. Pick up.
Now, did you hear what occurred in that call?
Yes.
Did you hear someone tell someone to pick up and get on FaceTime?
I'm gonna object to the meeting.
What did you hear on the phone call?
Basically telling someone to hurry up and call me on FaceTime.
And as a gang investigator, is FaceTime significant? As
It
a gang
is.
investigator? Why is that significant as a gang investigator?
Because it's a common belief amongst people engaged in criminal activity that
Sustained.
Have you heard, in your experiences, do you have knowledge of FaceTime
I do.
and whether or not FaceTime calls are recorded? On telephone laws, our FaceTime calls recorded if you get CDR records, call detail records.
If you pull call detail records, you will not see FaceTime communication.
And in your experience in doing gang investigations, have you heard or seen gang members often want to speak on FaceTime rather than talking on the actual phone where their call details can be recorded?
Often through my investigations, you will see that once criminal activity begins to be discussed, they will prefer to switch to FaceTime because FaceTime cannot be intercepted through a wiretap.
And at about 9:59, is that when this call takes place, when someone says, hurry up, get on FaceTime?
Correct.
Are you aware of the time in which the surveillance video that Detective Hogan showed you? What time Mr. Jackson's vehicle was at the BP gas station?
It should be right at 9:59 p.m., right? It should be at the gas pumps or parked outside of the store at the location.
And from the viewing of the surveillance video, were you familiar with both the car associated with Mr. Stillwell, as well as the car associated with Mr. Parmavius Nichols at the gas station around that time?
I did not know who I didn't know who the car was associated with, the other car was associated with at that time.
At some point, did you learn about who that other vehicle was associated with?
Yes.
Now, when you met with Detective Hogan, were you aware if Demekion Garlington was at the BP gas station?
I was not.
At what point in time did you learn that Mr. Garlington was at the BP gas station?
When I went back and reviewed the wiretap data.
Based on your investigation, were you able to determine if he was in the white Audi?
Yes.
Was he in the white Audi?
Yes, he was.
Once you heard this phone call, were you ever able to do any investigation as to the phone number that made the call?
We were. It took it was difficult to identify the phone number for a little bit.
And did you eventually identify that phone number?
Eventually, yes.
Who did you identify that phone number belonging to?
A gentleman by the name of DeMarco Boyer, who goes by Lil Co.
And based on your investigation, did you ever learn what was that phone at the gas station as well?
It was.
And based on your investigation, were you able to determine which car Mr. Boyer was in?
Based on my investigation, Mr. Boyer.
Okay.
You may.
So, guys, do you think Detective Do you guys think this is the best detective who have testified in the case? And if so, why? Why is Detective Burrito the best detective who has testified? This is what Joanne says. Do you guys agree with her? Leave a comment in the chat and let us know. By the way, how you guys doing?
What did y'all sort out? Anything?
You know, I think it's odd, but we're back around. I'm gonna try to keep this moving. I think it's odd that a detective or the investigator would give a conclusory statement that so-and-so is in a certain car and just conclude it with no basis, but I will clear it up on cross if I need to. So,
There is a basis because we have a call that's not being played before the jury, but there is a phone call of that phone number associated with Mr. Boyer calling Mr. Garlington's phone a few minutes before the call that we just heard. And additionally, Your Honor, although this is out, there is a basis because she is aware that that phone plotted at that location once she was able to determine whose phone number it is, and we were able to get the phone plotted. So there's a basis of knowledge. It's not.
Right, well, she has a basis to be able to know. I don't know if she has a basis to be able to know exactly what car he is in, does she? But she has a basis to know pretty close to where he is.
Yeah, because we know that they're talking to people in the other car. We know that.
You're just like putting two and two together on the,
that's
I'm-
fine. I'll clear it
I
up on
think
cross.
that's legitimate. Okay.
I'll clear it up on cross.
All
Thank you.
right. All right. Are we ready for the jury if they're ready?
Yes, and I'm going. You said it was late.
No. Not like, I mean, like, Sure, if you think that's a good stopping point. I mean, do you think you'll get through this witness today? Okay, how much more will you have tomorrow? Huh? Oh, not tomorrow, sorry. The next day, Monday.
Probably about 2 hours.
So we should have done tomorrow.
I understand the reason why, especially given something that happened this week, Your Honor, with the state's office.
Y'all need to get better at your time estimates. All right, let's just get the jury back in.
They need to get better at their time estimates. No, they want to drag this on. That's what they want to do, ladies and gentlemen. That's what they want to do. They want to drag this on. They want to drill in Detective Vitorito's investigation into the jurors' minds. That's what they want to do. They believe they're cooking with this detective. Do you guys believe that they're cooking? Do you guys believe they're cooking? And I bring the jurors back in. Let's see. I think Yagati saw his mother because he gave her that moms.
based on your investigation, some knowledge of Mr. Boyer being at the BP gas station.
Yes.
Now, after listening to this call in the days after Mr. Drinks' murder, did you see posts from Mr. Demikion Garlington,
Yes.
as well as Mr. Quarmavius Nichols?
Yes.
And did you capture those posts as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to look at those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Spaces Unit 470 BV and 471 BV. Tell me if you recognize 470 BV and 471.
I do recognize them.
And how do you recognize 470 BV and 471 BV?
These are posts that I had captured during the investigation. It was my wiretap as part of the March 2022.
And are those posts from both Mr. Garlington and Mr. Quarmavius Nichols?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 470 and 471 BV into evidence.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Looking at, actually it's 470 and 471, both these images just on one page.
Yes.
Okay. And what date were these posted?
Can I refer to them?
Yes.
They were posted on, or they were captured on March 15th at 8:20 p.m. And it says 33 minutes ago, so around 7-something p.m. on March 15th.
And were both images posted on March 15th, 2022?
Yes.
And what does the caption say?
We got y'all boys.
And who is in both images?
In the white t-shirt, you'll see Christian McMiller. And then in the black t-shirt holding up the watch is going to be Darius Ford.
And was this posted by Demikion Garlington?
It was.
And is this the day after Mr. Drinks was killed?
Yes.
Now, did you also then have the opportunity to see more images from YFN members regarding either Mr. Drinks or Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
All right. I'm showing you 472 BV, 473 BV, and I'll just start. 461 BV, 472, and 473 BV.
Okay.
Do you recognize 461 BV, 472 BV, and 473 BV?
I do.
And how do you recognize those images?
Those were images that I captured during my wiretap investigation.
Okay. And do they appear to be fair and accurate depictions of pictures that you captured during your wiretap investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 461 BV, 472, and 473 BV.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
Okay.
And we'll start 461 BV. Is that again, Mr. Calvin Watts?
It is.
Okay. And does he have any emojis on that picture?
He does.
And what are the emojis?
So you will see in between his eyes, he's going to have the purple, like devil, like emoji in between his eyes. He's going to have the shell. That's something he.
Oh, can you, because they probably can't see. Do you have the pointer?
Oh, yes. Sorry. So you'll see he has like the purple, like the devil emoji in between his eyes. And then from my experience reviewing hundreds of his posts over there, he likes this shell emoji tagging things. And after the death of Mr. Drinks, Mr. Watts began posting these shells. This one, he puts 2 under his eye in the style of like, in my experience or what I've seen through my investigations, like prison or gang tattoos, teardrops under the eyes. So this is after, he started doing this after Mr. Drinks was killed with the 2 shells under his eye.
Now looking at 472 VV. And who posted 472 VV?
Jasper Walters.
And what is that a picture of a tattoo?
It is.
And what does the tattoo say?
Nut Life 2X.
Okay. And based on your investigation, did you have an understanding of what Nut Life 2X stood for?
Based on my investigation, it appeared that.
Let me ask you a better question. Was Donovan Thomas Jr. nicknamed Peanut?
He was.
And was Mr. Shamel Drinks also nicknamed Peanut?
He was.
Okay. And after Mr. Drinks murder, is that when you started seeing the Nut Life 2 times tattoos?
Yes.
Now looking at 473 VV. Now looking at is this Donovan Thomas Jr.?
It is.
And is this also a post on Mr. Shell Keller, Kelvin Watts' page?
It is.
Okay. And do you see the 2 emojis or the 2 shells on there?
Yes.
Now you just talked about a few moments ago that it looked like teardrops with prison or his version of that. What do those teardrops mean? What's your understanding of the meaning of the 2 teardrops?
Traditionally, through the training and experience that I've had, a teardrop denotes somebody you killed. It could denote several things, but one of them is when you get a body, you'll have a teardrop under your eye.
Now, when you went to, I'm going to take you back to March 16th of 2022. And when you went to the home and spoke with Mr. Jackson, you said that he did not give you any information about what happened that night. Is that fair to say?
He was very short. He didn't give me much.
And did you have an opportunity to hear any calls from the wiretap around March 16, 2022, around the time in which the police or after the police were at the location?
Yes, there were calls after the police and myself had left the location.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
We're going to start with March 16th, 2022 at 12:22 a.m. Yeah, of course, it does. You guys got kicked out of Zoom for a moment. Now, as we're waiting for the call to get pulled up, after March 16th or March 17th, after the execution of the search warrant, did you learn of the apprehension of Mr. Stillwell Jackson following a chase from Chick-fil-A on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes,
And after learning of the apprehension of Mr. Stillwell Jackson, did you begin listening to any of his jail calls?
I did.
And while listening to his jail calls, did you ever learn if he had a cell phone?
Yes,
And did you learn where the cell phone, and when I say where, the house, where that cell phone was located?
Yes.
Where did you retrieve the phone from?
I ultimately retrieved the phone from his grandmother's home.
Okay. And once you got the phone, were you able to did you get a search warrant to search the phone?
Yes,
Okay. And were you able to go through the contents of that phone?
yes.
All right. Court's indulgence for a moment. We're ready to publish the March 16th call.
All right.
Yo, where the hell you at? Where the hell you at? Hey, ain't like no little back cut. Oh no, what the heck? I think they in the front. Man, they gotta goddamn get through their back.
They can't come in the house.
Yeah, that was mine. Shut up, open the door.
In listening to that call, are you able to determine who Mr. Garza was speaking with?
I believe you speak with Mr. Stillwell.
And do you know what time the police responded to 2830 Waters Road on March 16, 2022?
I believe it was shortly after midnight.
And was this call at approximately 12:22 a.m.?
Yes.
Next, I want to play for you March 16th at 4:33 a.m.
Oh, you good, nigga?
Hello?
You good?
Yeah. Who is this?
What the hell you mean, nigga?
Oh, I ain't even say, I ain't saving no number.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. For sure.
Where the hell you at? You gone? Yeah, I'm about to drop miles off. 10 miles, boy, it's all love, boy. I couldn't wait, boy. I gotta go home. Oh yeah, yeah. He just ran in the store real quick. Yeah, so it was all love. I ain't waiting, boy. I gotta go, boy. That shit just shook the fuck out of me. Man, wet, man. When I seen it, when I seen V, man, wet, man. That whole just man, boy. Listen, boy. I just said to myself, boy, man, let me out that car. I'm gonna go in.
Now you probably say, man, Miss V, are you Miss V?
I am.
Is that what Mr. Garland?
That's that, boy. I don't care about having no run or nothing, boy. That motherfucker ain't moving. Hey, boy. I said the same shit, boy. Come on, I really think I'm like, yeah, man. What's so crazy, bro? I was just being cheap. Actually, I was being cheap. My whole keep saying, let's get it wrong like that, man. I'm not gonna pay for no room. Man, listen, boy. I just said, damn, boy. They can send a nigga to right street with their money like that. Man, let me go and spend this shit on them in the room, man. Man, what? I'm so hey, that's on TV. I'm in there like, boy. I got my last 2,000. I got to get lawyered in. I'm like, man. I'm in that beat like, man. Damn. You want to believe, boy? All the sticks and the guns was in the gray car. For real? Man, oh God, boy. And the sticks and shit in the attic. Ooh, shit. Boy, that was God, boy. Yeah, what? That was God. Yeah. He said it's all Lord. He had to get up out of there, boy. Baby. What doing? Yeah. Yeah. You know what I mean, though? Yeah, nah, man. You know how far I go. Oh yeah. Poke goddamn blowed up. She what? She blowed it up, boy. Oh yeah, man. She blowed my shit up. You said Shannon okay, Mouse? Hold on, this was too. All right. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Hey, yeah. You walk past me first, I'm like, well, I know for a fact that's you. Man, what? You know who she was coming to then? She say all this same shit though. She like, so you, cause she like, who house is it? I'm like, man, I don't know. I'm telling you my first time here. She was like, yeah. So yeah. Man, listen, bro. I'm thinking. Get what I kept saying. I said, boy, I know D and Mal, them smart. I know they saw them folks got her and took her to the front. I said, I know they hit that back cut. You wouldn't even believe. I'm trying to find out the back cut. That's why I called you. Man, you talking about, well, I would have made one straight through the motherfucking bush back there, boy. I'm telling you, I would have went trucking back there. But guess what? We only got caught. This time I need one take legs showing. He thinks somebody in the house dead, bro. Man, they tell me, they like, so you telling me nobody in the house? I'm like, hell, man, I ain't listen, man. I just pulled up. I said outside for 3 minutes. Top. The motherfucker go popping. So shit. Oh, God, I said the same shit. Oh, God. Why I said outside 3 minutes. Popping. Them motherfucker went to popping. So shit. I went to goddamn ducking and running. They to my soul, why you ain't? They to my soul, why you ain't got down? I thought it comes on something. It's my so why you ain't got down come out when we said Atlanta police? I'm like, shit, I don't trust Atlanta police. I'm thinking these folks, I'm thinking these folks trying to get her to come out. So shit, I stayed in. Yeah. Oh God. They're like, yeah. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, look, bro, y'all question me like I'm a suspect. I'm a victim. They're like, yeah, you right. They're like, but let us do what we gotta do. We're gonna get back with you. If everything come out clean, then we'll let y'all go. Like, say less. I'm in the car sleep. I can't when they tell me that I kick back, go goddamn go out. Yeah. Oh, God. You know, they can't get the video from Nick camera cut. Hell no. Yeah, okay, man, you wouldn't believe, boy. I'm in the motherfucker like, boy, I know they can't come in here. We good, bro. I'm like, I'm telling bro, like, we good, but they probably. You told me I was in the woods. Huh? You told me I was in the woods. I was up under the house, man. You don't see how dirty I am? Oh, we heard them get they like, hey, move. She like, hey, my dumb ass, I go out the back door. So I go out the back door, right? So I'm finna go toward the car and hop in the car, just sit in the car the whole time. That's what they hit though. Man, I go to the other side, try to hop the fence. They like that. Hey,
I'm telling you what you gonna do. Go hit that cut, boy.
I know it. I asked everybody what the cut was. They said they didn't know.
Man, listen, man. You probably made your cut. Yeah, like you ain't from the hood, boy. You know how this shit go. I would have went back there and made me a cut, boy. I would have been trucking through the motherfucker. That's why my goddamn shoes so dirty, my pants dirty, and my shoes dirty.
Real. They say, so is this about Matt, man? I say, ma'am, I don't know.
Man, yeah, man, listen, man. They asked me, do I know Matt, man? I said, I don't know no motherfucking Matt, man. Who are that?
Yeah.
I said, man, I'm not even from over here, bro. I'm from Tumbleville area, bro.
Yeah.
So what you doing over here? I said, man, I came to see a friend, man. I'm trying to talk about that game, man.
What you talking about? Damn, man. That whole blowing me up. That whole thing, nigga Sheen, all type of shit. That nigga was so cool though. He got damn called it back. I need to put a lock on my phone and take my have my messages pop out.
This shit crazy, boy. I'm finna go in, boy. I'm finna gotta get out the driver's seat, let her drive, tell her drive slow as possible. I got down, my stupid ass went in the car, got my stick out the car and my YFN out the car. I 12 right there and got in the car, pulled off. They're really why I ain't want to wait on mine.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna text you now. Hey, man. Folks blowing her ear. She called too.
Slow. How she get? How she get that low?
I don't know. Cause, you know, Kira got my Instagram on her phone.
Oh.
Everybody DM like, is you okay? So goddamn, y'all blowing up. So she say her and Kira was already on the phone. I get Kira sent her number to
Pope.
Yeah, Pope. All them was on the phone. I'm like, damn, man. But I say, I'm like, yeah, bro.
Bro, listen, bro. I kept saying to myself, I don't know what the fuck. I'm on drill time though, so I'm really like, but I ain't going nowhere. But I'm telling myself, pull out, AB, pull out.
You ain't hear me say, boy, let go.
Man, listen, you said let go, Miles said let go, Brett said let go, but I'm on drill time, so I'm just like, man, fuck that, boy.
Yeah.
I'm so mad. This time they served. He was just telling me like, he was like, either somebody follow D or your girl or it's that whole Elmo, cause they serve Elmo. I was like, man, Elmo, Elmo fuck with them folk.
Yeah. Ain't nobody follow me. Nobody on the freeway when I got off of nothing.
Man, listen, man. Don't nobody know my hoe. Come my hoe in a runner, man. Fresh runner, new run. Them motherfuckers just got any run. And my hoe coming from goddamn all the way from goddamn out here. So come on, man. Stop playing.
Yeah, man. I know for a fact nobody follow me. Y'all need to know what I mean. Don't nobody know I fuck with the hoe.
Don't nobody know what I'm in. That's what I'm telling. Like, these folks ain't knowing these cars. That's what I'm telling him. Like, bro, these folks ain't knowing none of these cars, bro. All these cars are some new goddamn cars. Niggas ain't played.
Yeah. Damn, man. I hear them boys. Damn.
They're crazy, bro. Don't nobody know. Them folk don't be knowing where that spot at, man.
Yeah.
Somebody get that drop out, boy.
Boy, on God, boy, that's what I believe. On TV, that's what I believe, boy.
Somebody had get it. Hey, boy, I ain't gonna lie, boy. I know you happy like I'm happy, boy. I'm happy as hell, boy. I just was saying to myself. Get what I just was saying to myself. I just was saying to myself, boy. Man, all these niggas might get out except man D, boy.
Oh man, on God.
I'm like him, boy.
I'm gonna call you back out.
Yeah.
were the two people talking on that call?
Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell.
And did you hear when in the call they talked about the sticks? They were happy because they didn't go inside because there were sticks in the attic.
I heard them speak about sticks being in the gray car and in the attic.
When you went and did the execution of the search warrant on March 17th, 2022, did you find any weapons first in the attic of the home at 2830 Waters Road?
I did not.
Was there any weapons found inside of an Audi vehicle?
I believe there was a rifle recovered from the Audi.
Now, when you hear the term sticks, have you heard that term before?
I have.
And how have you heard that term referenced?
Referencing a long gun or a rifle.
And would the gun that was found inside of the Audi on March 17, 2022 be considered a stick?
Yes.
Now, did you hear when either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell mentioned something or an individual named Elmo?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that nickname at all?
I'm not.
Did you hear when either Mr. Stillwell or Mr. Garlington said, "I'm on drill time"?
Yes.
Have you heard that term drill time before?
Yes.
How have you heard that terminology?
Like you're ready to go to war, basically.
Did you hear either Mr. Stillwell or Mr. Garlington talk about the camera footage inside of the home?
Briefly, yes.
And again, when you went on March 17, 2022, was there any camera footage found inside of the house?
No, based on that call, I included it in my items to be searched for in my search warrant, but it had been removed.
And was it this call that you used to base the search warrant for you to go into the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
Now, during that call, did you hear with either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell, I guess, talk about their discussion with the police officers on scene?
Yes.
And did you hear one of them say that they told the police that they didn't even know McMahon? They had no idea who that was.
Yes.
And based on the social media posts that you observed, would that be not a true statement that neither Mr. Garlington nor Mr. Stillwell, they knew who Mr. McMillan was? Would that be fair to say?
Correct. They knew them.
Now, as a part of your kind of continued listening to this wiretap, did you ever find any calls after the death of Mr. Chanel Drinks in the early morning hours of March 15th, 2022, with Demikion Garlington discussing the shooting or discussing driving back through a certain area?
There was a call where it appeared that he was discussing driving back through and looking at the location.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony?
I have.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit March 15th, 2022 at 2:01 a.m.
Yo,
I man, whatever, all kinds of shit going on. I just jump in the other car, bro. Y'all niggas don't be getting dropped off and they ain't got no motherfucking ride to go back home to. That don't make sense.
yeah, yeah,
The fuck you getting dropped off for? Nigga ride with the nigga who wrote you.
yeah.
That's stupid as fuck. So you need to be on the gun shop. What's wrong with
We right here down here.
y'all? What?
Ride past, trying to see.
I'm finna meet up with y'all. Nigga, I'm finna go get a fill up.
Try to get it filled up for fight, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'm listening.
Huh?
I said, all right, I'm from listening. We're going on.
I just I'm pulling out now. Y'all nigga.
You back, son.
You
You say,
I was gonna jump in with y'all.
all right. That's what I'm saying, Kyle. What you doing?
All right, I'm gonna get the fill up now.
All right.
Now, did you hear when Mr. Garza says that he was riding past just trying to see?
I did.
And with this call, sitting here now, were you able to remember if the wiretap picked up location data for that call?
I can't recall offhand. I'd have to review it.
And I want to briefly go back to the call we just heard from the early morning hours of March 16th. Did you hear either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell discuss having an FN and a stick?
Yes,
And an FN, is that a type of handgun?
it is.
And the stick, is that, again, similar to what we talked about, a long gun?
My experience, it would refer to a long gun.
And did you have any knowledge of the arrest of Mr. Shannon Jackson on March 17th or anything that was found in the area of where that arrest took place? Did you have any knowledge of that?
Yes.
And did you have any knowledge of an FN gun being found on Meadowlark Road, in one in the middle of the street and one in the grassy area of Meadowlark Lane?
Yes, that's my understanding what transpired during the arrest.
And as a part of your work on this case with the DA's office, were you ever asked to locate the receipts for one of those FN weapons?
I was.
And what did you do in order to obtain that receipt?
I believe I traveled to the pawn shop located in Clayton County.
Talking to your mic.
Oh, sorry. There's an Arrowhead pawn shop in Clayton County and was able to obtain the receipt for those firearms.
And who was the purchaser of that FN?
Mr. Stillwell's ex-girlfriend, Taisha Alexander, or current girlfriend.
Now, I want to publish. You're right, this could be a good place to stop.
Okay.
She don't know if it's a current or current girlfriend or ex-girlfriend.
We'll be back with y'all on Monday at 9. So y'all have a good weekend. Remember not to let anybody talk to you about the case. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't discuss it amongst yourselves. Don't look at any kind of coverage. Don't try to find out through any research, anything about the case or anybody involved. That's about, it. Same thing that's been applicable to y'all for the last year. And we will see you on Monday. Thank you.
All right. Judge Giggles is on one again. Judge Giggles on one again.
And as we previously discussed, tomorrow will be an attorney workday, but court will not be in session.
Your Honor, before we break, and I think probably this goes without saying, but I'm going to ask that this witness, Investigator Viverito, be instructed to have absolutely no communications about this case with the state as she's now on the stand.
Yep,
Oh, wow, Max.
you're so instructed.
So instructive.
Anything else? No, okay. All right, y'all, the courtroom should be open for y'all to get in to be able to work with the evidence, work on sorting out the evidence by 9 tomorrow. I will be available, but I don't plan to come down here and do anything. So just if you need to reach the court for anything, just email Ms. Pursfield, as you always do.
Are you okay if it's 10 o'clock instead of the normal 8:30, 9 o'clock?
It definitely didn't have to be 8:30. I'm fine. I mean, the courtroom is going to be, it's just going to be y'all, the attorneys in court. It's not going to be anybody else. The courtroom's not going to be open. So it probably would be nice for the deputies to know when it is they should have it available.
Well, we're always here, so we'll defer to them.
Yeah, if it's okay with the court, my preference would be to get here at 10 o'clock tomorrow just because I have a school event.
10's fine. 10 o'clock. So,
See, we got ESPN. There you go.
yeah. Okay.
I don't know why these gentlemen can't get out of bed in the morning, but
I know.
I'll be here by the time they get here. As far as, well, this doesn't need to be on the record.
Okay. Y'all come on up here if we need to discuss anything else.
Your Honor. We're adjourned. I'm sorry.
Yes.
My client would really like to be present tomorrow, Your Honor.
I mean, that's fine with me. I thought y'all might want a day out of court, but
He would like to be here.
okay, fine.
There we go.
All right, well, y'all can be here too, but court will not be in session. Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Detective Viverito has been instructed by the judge at the request of Mr. Sharp not to have any contact with the prosecution because she's now on the stand. All of the strategy that they had put forth, the prosecution with this witness, whatever conversation that took place, that comes to a halt. Once a witness is under oath on the stand, the state cannot talk to that witness. For example, coach them on what to say. Hopefully, they adhere to the judge's instruction. But again, we've seen stranger things happen in this case. The judges dropped the F-bomb in reading a post. The judge has done some very interesting things. figured a way to try to get some of the members of the media out the courtroom. More importantly, the ones with the big cameras. The ones with the big cameras, we gotta say they did something that they really didn't do. We just gotta figure a way to get around the First Amendment. Anyway, we don't want to talk too much about that right now. Right. You know, D, you're correct, D. You're so correct. This is this star, this is their star witness, one of their star witnesses. As you can see, she's Detective Burrito, who's shielded from the camera in the courtroom, but if you guys recall, she was on camera in the interrogation videos, which is widely being circulated online right now. So I don't know the point, and I think unless she has came to court in disguise, which he didn't, I don't see a need to shield her. She's all in the interrogation videos. She's the one who's sworn out warrants, search warrants for cell phones, wiretaps. So I don't know. This is kind of cloaking data, like you really need to shield this witness because a cover may be blown. Well, cover was blown. They didn't really have concern about a cover being blown in the interrogation room where the video has been widely circulated. But we'll see how she ends it because it looks like Max Short is eager to cross-examine this witness. And I don't know about Doug Weinstein. One of the good attorney, I don't know if you want me to say her name, but I was talking to a good attorney out of Detroit. But I'm not going to say her name, Tammy Pam. But she believes that Mr. Shaw is eager to cross-examine this witness as well. What do you guys think? I mean, Detective Burrito is supposed to have been on the stand. Yes, they still supposed to finish this case on Wednesday. But here we go, coming back in on Monday. And then when they rest, I'm hoping that this detective is not on the stand too long, because if they start back at 9 o'clock, she'll be off the stand around 11 o'clock, 11:30, and then the cross may start after lunch. And then the state will rest their case, and then, they'll be redirect, and then the state will rest their case. And then it's up to the defense now to put on their case. And how long will that take? I'm thinking it may take 2 weeks, 2 more weeks. This case will be over before Christmas, and it'll probably be over before Thanksgiving. So we'll see how this thing goes. We'll see. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back again this evening at approximately 9 p.m. So we can have a discussion about this case and some other updates that I need to get you guys up to speed with. But I thank you. I thank you for being here today. And you could be anywhere else, but you're here with me. Shout out to those we're streaming on Twitter. I'm not going to talk about numbers, but we got a nice amount of people watching on Twitter. With that said, D, don't do it. D, do not do it. D, don't do it. I see what you're doing. I might have to do it a little earlier. D, why you doing all that? Where's my birthday gift at? Never mind that. Where's my birthday gift? Where's my birthday gift at, D? I don't hear nothing. I want my birthday gift. I don't hear nothing. I want my birthday gift. I don't hear nothing. And for all those who missed my birthday yesterday, for all those out there who missed, I'm talking about you, and you on Twitter and IG. Excuse me, YouTube. You know what you need to do. You need to check in. Oh, look at D. She holding me ransom for my. She holding me ransom. You don't get no gifts until 9 o'clock. You better show up at 9 o'clock. Then I'll give you your gift. Oh man, see, there you go. You ain't no good. I'm sorry, guys. My phones are going off. That's my cue. That's my cue. All right, guys. I'll see you at 9 o'clock. I really will. I appreciate you guys who came in and until 9 o'clock. You know how we end. You know how, guys. You know how we end. We're doing this for a long time. You've been with me for a long time. We end the way we start, and with that, I'll see you in a little while. Peace.